party in retinue with the paladins who are going to go into the swamp and take the artifact of the cauldron away from the bad guys.
Yes.
They are going to leave in 2 days. And they have turned over the exercise of getting camp organized over to the party. There are funds available to pursue any needs that you feel might be necessary for them. In the meantime, Wes, you're going to be, shall we say, inundated by squires coming to you with the specific and particular needs of each of their respective knights.
Yay. I will courteously account for all of their desires in my notebook.
Okay.
And we will deal with the best we can afterwards.
The only one who does not, actually there are two that do not, squires that do not present themselves to you. And that is Sir Michael's squire and his captain at arms. Neither of them will send their squire to make any particular requests. In the meantime, the following day, a wagon train will come up from the bridge to the south with various stuff of the knights in question. And when I say knights, it's the larger body of the smaller group of paladins along with the knights in their train. So following behind them in the move up to Hamlet is another group which is their stuff. So pavilions, horses, extra horses, weapons, all of that stuff. And they are parked on the west side of the tower. There's an open field just to the south of the first building there, number 29, just south of the road, west of the tower that they are encamped at. So you'll find a lot of what they are looking to have in the swamp available there. So with that in mind, as a backdrop for sort of what's happening in town, what are people intending to do? Let's start with Raymond.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is sleep for 8 hours.
Okay.
Because, we have been running 24/7 for 3 or 4 days.
Yes.
And I would like my power back.
Okay.
After we get past that, I will coordinate with the temple as much as I can. I know that their temple doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of resources to send on this, but any healing potions or other oomph that the temple can add is probably a good thing. Also, since we do have a bunch of people coming back, I'm going to make an effort to try to keep the area north of the tower where the gypsies were relatively clear so the gypsies can come back.
They, in fact, will be doing so once once it's clear that the imminent threat from the swamp is past.
Well, I will make at least a passing attempt to make that easier for them.
Okay, sure.
And I suspect that dealing with the liaison with the church, and making sure the gypsies are taken care of. And I'm trying to do this because I suspect nobody else will. I suspect that will take all of my time for the next few days.
I think that is likely true. And
So.
as you take on that role, the your immediate supervisor will make that official.
Okay.
And yes, there are supplies that the church will provide
Excellent.
to the paladins. And yes, that will include healing potions, food, and so on. Ben.
Right. So yeah, I suspect that will take up all of my time. So.
Okay. Who's next in line from Raymond? Tindo.
Working with the medics, physicians, things like that, helping them any way I can.
Okay. So working with Raymond then in addition to what the church is doing. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if whatever the med corps or whatever for whoever the support group is for the army.
Yeah, so there's certainly going to be people going out in the village, getting clean sheets for bandaging, putting the medical supplies together. Absolutely. Along with, herbs and various kinds of antitoxins and stuff.
Yep, all of the above.
Okay. All right. Tindo. Wes. Wes is already extremely busy, being busy. But aside from that, what does Wes wish to do, if anything?
At some point, when he has a break in time, he's going to seek out Sir Michael and inquire into the size of the group that's going to go and recover the artifact.
Okay. There are 20 knights in total, 5 of which are actual paladins.
Now 20 with their retinues are going into the swamp?
No.
Okay.
So it will be your group and maybe 5 men-at-arms. As he thinks about that, he says, we should assign one of the paladins with the camp just to be on the safe side. I'll think about who, he says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yes, there will be 5 men-at-arms and 1 paladin to stay with the camp in the swamp. So that's now he'll also tell you that the main group is going to move a couple of hours ahead of your group.
The main group being everybody else?
The main group being the 20 knights.
Okay.
So
That's what I'm
they're
trying to
going to
get
go.
what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, so they're going to go in ahead by a couple of hours to secure the pathway to the turn to the turn south.
Mm-hmm.
They'll wait for everyone else. They will go in, secure that area, wait for everyone else to come in. The plan would be to get everything set up, rest that evening into the morning, and then the knights will go down to the temple from there.
Okay. For Wes's information, about how many support personnel does each knight generally bring with them for this kind of a thing? No, just his squire?
Yeah, and they'll stay behind at the camp.
And they'll stay at the camp. Okay.
Yeah, so that's another 20 people in camp.
So we're looking at roughly 50 folks at camp total?
I see 20. Well, not
Plus us.
including the knights, yes, but not including the knights. It's 20 support people, 5 men-at-arms, and a paladin plus your group.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, does that number balance out with all the folks who have come to me looking for help? Or are there more people giving me requirements than are actually leaving?
No.
No to the first question or the second?
It balances.
Come on, Wes.
Okay, it
A
balances.
paladin would
Okay.
never do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, knights might.
Lawful good and all.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find that in Sir Michael's company.
Okay.
That wouldn't go over very well.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Okay, up to the top. Alexander. What is Alexander doing?
Now, this is in context to being in Hamlet before we leave, correct?
Correct.
All right. Like Raymond, I think sleeping is a good idea. I was in the auxiliary cavalry, so I was down there doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think sleeping through the night, and then in the morning, I would like to go to the druid to see if there is any duties he would need help with, and if not, yeah, I'll just start with that.
Okay. So the answer to that question is an emphatic yes. There are a number of his flock who have farms and various buildings east of town that the undead went through and are, as a consequence, there's a lot of damage out there. So both to fields and equipment and so on and so forth. So he's going to be spending time going out and helping repair structures and tools and, the day in the life of a farmer. Okay. So if you want to tag along with him while he does that, he would greatly appreciate the help.
Yes. Let's do that.
Okay. Okay, so that's going to take up all of your time. Alvis.
Could I also tag along with the druid?
You would have to go ask him, of course, but you might ask Alexander what he thinks about.
Yeah, I was about to. What's the purpose in this? I'm here because I'm legitimately training with the druid, and I would like to help him personally. I can't say I would object to help for the druid, but yeah, he can do as he wishes.
Well, my objective would be there are people out there whose homes have been destroyed, and I would say I can somewhat help with homes being destroyed.
Carpentry, yeah, I would agree.
Now, you don't mean destroying the homes further, do you?
No,
But just being clear. Although you may condemn certain structures, that would be fine too.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
My intentions are not per se to get in the druid's goodwill, but to help the people that have suffered.
Okay, that's awesome. And I think if I heard correctly from Alexander, that he'd be more than happy to facilitate that the druid. Okay, so the two of you are with druid. Out. Okay, what am I missing? Front.
We are surely going to die in this next endeavor. And so I'm going to take my time to relax and enjoy my life while everyone is stressing out about leading us to our doom.
So I take it you're going to be hanging out at the Welcome Winch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Awesome.
If people come and ask me for assistance with things, I probably won't say no, but I'm certainly not going to seek out any sort of work to do.
Okay. So I'll take that cue by asking everyone else if they're going to go looking for Runt to help with anything in particular.
No.
3, 2, 1. You're all on your own, Runt. You can drink the evening away, which, by the way, you are in good company, or perhaps other company than good. But in any case, you have company at the Welcome Wench.
Copious company.
Copious company. While people, so there's a large, particularly the second day, there's a large influx of people that come into the Welcome Wench. And there is a great deal of activity in and around the Welcome Wench in particular, as people are discussing the events as they unfolded the other day. Okay.
Lisa doesn't need to worry about Rufus communicating in.
Thank goodness.
That's bad taste. Rufus got kidnapped.
You know, it's just looking on the bright side of life.
Okay.
That's true.
So nothing untoward is going to happen in town. However,
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
there are the Druid, Alvis, and Alexander working outside of town. So, so you will both, that is, Alvis and Alexander, find that there is a great deal of destruction of various structures. There's more than a week's worth of work out here. Just sort of quickly surveying the area. How late into the night do you want to work?
I will work until the druid stops.
Same here.
Okay. All right. Well, he thinks it's prudent to not be out here at night, at least until the paladins return from the swamp, just in case. So, yeah, at or near nightfall, he will call a quit for the day. Everybody will head back into Hamlet to rest. The following morning, however, as you are preparing to leave for the swamp, report will come in that there were undead east of town that had gotten up in the evening and didn't really seem to have any direction. They were just sort of ambling around. Several were destroyed by the rolling knights. But yes, there appear to be undead not that far from town, which puts the whole town on edge, frankly. So, the church will put together a group of able men to go out and sweep the area and destroy what remains they can find. And of course, set a watch to look for any others in the evening and try to mark where they are so that they can be destroyed in the day. Okay. Any response to any of that? Okay. So that next day, the paladins will head off into the swamp and or toward the swamp, and you will be following directly behind. That is 2 hours behind. So this first leg they're going to make for the camp that everybody seems to know about, just outside of swamp that sits above the bluff. They will go and secure that area, and should be plenty of time for the wagon train, supply train to come in and get set up. So,
At some point, now that we're away from town, we should probably sit down with Sir Michael or his people and make sure that they know what we know about the layout of the temple, which isn't a whole lot, but it's something.
Okay. So you're talking that evening then?
That would be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
In particular, I want to make sure that they know if, God's forbid, they need to retreat, there is a pathway down and out the underground river if they need it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because, we did leave a whole bunch of barges there.
You mean one?
Well, that's okay. Whatever.
And you don't think 20 guys would fit on that? Of course, if they're running, there wouldn't be 20, so it'd be fewer.
But just to use an example, somebody falls into the dome. They still have a way out.
Well, that's true. Okay.
And on top of that, if there is a way to preserve the library, I believe that Math would smile favorably upon that.
I concur.
Okay.
But I do want to make sure that they know everything that we know, which, yes, isn't very much, because you never know when that information might come in handy.
No, sure. Yeah. So that evening, after the evening's meal, I'm sure there will be the meet as you suggest, where he and his captain will go over those details with the party. So Sir Michael will ask about the river. Does the river continue past the temple?
Upstream. Yes, it does.
By past, you mean upstream? Yes.
Yes.
We don't know how far.
Okay. And it goes down to the moat house. He gets a map out, and so everybody's looking at the map. And so it goes down to the moat house. Where does it go from there? And of course, you don't know.
No.
I was going to say I would assume that it goes to the inlet, but we did not explore that section.
We have not gone downstream past the moat house.
Okay.
But it does continue.
Yeah, you have to refresh my memory. Did you tell Sir Michael about the dwarven mining entrance that you saw?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we meant to keep that from him, though.
No, but that's not something we were discussing as part of what we were discussing with him.
Okay.
Right.
Because we were just talking about moat house stuff, I remember, right?
Right. Okay.
And the goblins along in the
river
stuff
valley.
he already knows about, the goblins and the orcs and stuff.
Right. Okay.
Although, if any of that starts to leak that direction, then we would have started talking about that stuff because I would have wanted to bring up the fact that there was a female who was involved with the labor camps who led guys into an ambush. That then could get us to the dwarven secret door stuff. We can talk about the Etten or the troll with the goblins and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so he will mention that there was, in fact, an Etten that had come down out of the mountains, and they killed it.
We saw that.
So, okay, well,
and that would lead into why we were there. In fact, we were following this trail of this female, and how that went back to the laborers who were ambushed. We don't know why. The silver coins from Minok, the goblin necromancer, that whole complex, the secret doors. And was there one other thing about that?
The warg.
And the wargs.
And the warg. He was scary.
The warg rider.
Okay. So the woman, he doesn't know anything about the woman you mentioned. Do you know anyone who encountered her, who knows what she looks like?
Everyone who... Oh, wait. There were still some of the gypsies. The camp leader guy knows what she looks like. Because he gave her a description. Because we took the description with us to the gypsies. Because we were trying to track her down, who she was. And how she just showed up the day before.
Where was that she showed up?
She showed up at the inn.
That's right. It was Gundygoot that gave you the description.
Oh, it was? Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And I suppose the camp followers at the lumber camp.
Yes, they know what she looks like.
Saw her.
And know she's not a gypsy, obviously, by the clothing she wears.
That's right. Anyone can tell. All right. Well, okay, we need to make a note of that. He will say I have to talk to Gundygoot when we get back to Hamlet. It is curious, a lone figure like that, particularly in that area. What was she doing there? Why?
Exactly. That's something we have been pulling our hair out for days, if not weeks.
And by we mean Wes.
You were interested too, Raymond, right? You were asking questions.
I interested, perhaps, pulling my hair out? No.
It makes no sense whatsoever why these woodsman laborers were ambushed. None whatsoever. And they were led out to be killed. Well, they were captured, so they would have been interrogated. And what do they know? Nothing.
You would be surprised how much the average person usually knows.
Yeah, but they've got spies in town that can find out any of that information.
True.
I mean, I'd be surprised about like what I know. So, am I average, or are you saying I'm below average? Like, where do I sit on this?
That's your decision.
Yes, Michael will certainly echo that it is odd that any of that would happen. Certainly the question being, what possible motive could there be? And why they were killed. Why were they killed?
And why was the silver left? Because certainly the woodsman didn't know about that silver. I'm guessing it was hers. Maybe she was pissed. That's why she burned it down.
Well, there's probably more going on here than
Oh, I know there is. There's got to be like 3 layers of deception going on here.
Maybe she wasn't necessarily related to the goblins and happened to fall victim of it. Maybe she was leading them somewhere else and got picked up by the goblins and got away in the distraction we made when we found them. She might not have wanted to leave silver. That might not have been a choice.
Now that's an interesting observation, says Sir Michael.
There were how many bodies?
4.
And there were how many sets of manacles?
5.
There were 5 sets of manacles. I thought there were only 4.
No.
Oh. That does put a different view on things.
But then how did she escape and not the others?
Because she's a 25th level rogue.
Clearly, no. Clearly, she's a witch.
She could be a witch too. That's true.
Oh wow, that puts a whole new spin on events, doesn't it? Well, we're not going to solve that tonight, says Sir Michael.
Wes is going to stay up wondering about it, though.
Well, good. Then Wes can take the watch.
Okay. If nothing else, the evening will go by uneventfully. The paladins in the morning, after breakfast, will actually, they're going to wait for the camp to get ready. And they'll sort of, Michael will time it, a couple hours ahead of the camp moving is when they will leave. He does not leave one of the paladins behind at this point. Everybody's going to go in. He does tell you that they will stop and reconnoiter the moat house as they go through. So you need not be concerned about that. All right, they take off. Okay. So a few hours later, the company is ready to move. And you make your way into the swamp. So you do have oxen to pull wagons. They came up from the south. So there isn't really any trouble moving through to the moat house. You all know the road pretty well. Past the moat house is a different matter. So I will need a tracking roll to navigate to where it is you are intending to go.
I can do that very well, hopefully. Oh wow.
Oh no.
Oh, I've got to pull up roll 20.
My roll is successful. However, Alvis got a 5.
Oh.
My track is pretty bad. Pretty sure that's a regular success for me.
Oh, really?
Hey, look, you see that? Yeah, I do.
Awesome. All right. So with those successes, you can navigate correctly through the swamp. Um,
Oh wait, mine is special.
what's that?
Oh wait, no, it's not a special. I looked at the wrong thing. Sorry.
So Runt, is that a tracking roll for you?
Oh yeah, yeah, it was solid 100. That's why I was laughing. I'm avidly convinced that these guys are leading us in the wrong
Right,
direction.
over there, that trail.
Or maybe it's my subconscious saying, we really don't want to go in this direction because we're going to die, and I'm trying to lead them off into a different direction.
Which would be much safer. Let's go this way. There's nothing bad in the swamp this way.
Yeah, let's
Giant
go back
man-eating
where we're
frogs are
safe.
overrated.
Now remember, the ones you've seen are just the little ones, right?
Because they're new
Yeah,
civilization.
We haven't been into the deep
The
part of the
real
swamp.
swamp.
The real swamp. This is the north side where all the traffic is.
You're laughing too much at this.
I am. You guys definitely need to go frog hunting in the swamp at night. Okay.
I've heard the song. I don't go into Woolly Swamp at night.
Oh, do I have that? I might have that. Uh,
Things that crawl, things that fly, move around on the ground.
We have music now?
We've
Every
always
once in
had
a while.
music. We just don't always use it. And YouTube will catch this sound on my screen capture, and will blank out all the sound from it because copyright infringements.
so I should stop this? All right.
No, you can. It's fine. It's just that when you start talking, we may not be able to hear each other on the video.
Okay, it's not actually a jungle, it's a swamp. All right.
Oh no, you're looking for Run Through the Jungle. That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
I was talking about Charlie Daniels Band song.
Oh, I might have that too. Let's see if I have. No, I don't have that one. Not in the playlist yet. I do have it, but it's not in here. Oh, all right. All right. Well, in any case, okay. So, both Elvis and Alexander are confident in their assessment of what direction to go, regardless of what Runt wants to say about it.
No, the other way. I can see the bluff. It's right there.
Right. And in short order, you will find yourselves at the crossroads where the knights are waiting. So they have sent a group to the east, down the road further, and to the south toward the temple. So there's 5 in each direction, and the remainder are here at the crossroads. Sir Michael will ask if when you came through here last, you saw any bodies. Not the undead, but otherwise.
And we did, didn't we? Because we had those ones that actually rose.
Well, those would have been undead.
Well, yeah.
Does it mean like just in the swamp?
So he will ask you to follow him over to the north side of the road, where there are 11 bodies.
Oh.
Sir Michael will say they were here at the crossroads. They do not appear to be the undead, but newly dead.
That is interesting.
Now, we did not find any bodies at the crossroads when we came through, did we?
Correct.
All the bodies we found were previous, and they were all undead. Or we assuming they were all undead.
Yep.
We will convey that.
Okay. So who are these guys then?
Yes. If this is Doctor Who, that number would be very significant.
Do they look like loggers?
No. They are armed and armored.
Any other distinguishing characteristics, like black cloaks with red eyes?
No.
Can I
About
check their
gray cloaks?
pockets for
No.
silver to see what type of coin they carry, what their denomination is?
That is clearly your actual intent. Yes, you do find some coinage, brass and copper, and they are minted out of where's my just to the east. Yes, Minnock.
Oh,
I will bust out those coins and show everyone that they were paid with Monachian coin.
That is
Runt, go ahead and make another roll.
Hopefully a success.
So the lands to the east were occupied by the same racial group as occupy the southern colony, people like you. You don't think these guys are from around here. The facial structure is different somehow.
So they look like mercenaries hired from someone else, somewhere else by Menoch to come down here.
how were these guys killed?
Ooh.
I,
Make a roll.
I say, I mean, I don't know, like, that probably got stabbed a lot or something. Huh?
That's what we need to check out. I mean, do they have arrows in them? Were they slashed up, hacked? Are they
So,
bitten on and
yeah.
chewed?
So this is a first aid roll.
Oh. First aid. Nope.
Anyone else want to investigate for cause of death?
hold on a second. Let me. There it is. Okay. Nope, I have no clue.
My first aid is actually
I
better than
missed-
my Latin. That's shameful.
I missed by 16.
What a tease.
I was successful.
Okay, Alexander, what do you find?
So Alexander, several of them have been cut with various weapons, slashes and punctures. However, you also see that the helmets have been sort of, how to put this, melted at the top. Like a great deal of heat or energy passed through the helmets.
Okay, I'll point out the normal causes of death through the punctures and slashes, but then add in that all of the helmets at the top seem to have been under a great deal of heat, which is unexplained.
At that point, I look over at Wes and say, "Fireball."
I'm thinking chain lightning. Does Wes know anything about chain lightning?
I don't know about chain lightning, but certainly lightning in general, if it's if there's enough, could do something like that.
If it was a fireball, it'd be more distributed rather than just hitting the
Yes.
helmets.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there would be burn marks and, all that kind of stuff.
So there's no actual scorching. There's just melting.
Yes.
Okay.
If it's lightning, it could be our favorite witch lady in the basement.
The alchemist?
Yeah. Didn't she
Sir
have...
Michael will say, alchemist, lady.
Wait. Which lady in the basement didn't phase him, but Alchemist did?
Well, it all came at
Our
once.
favorite witch lady.
Our favorite witch lady, alchemist in the basement. What are you talking about? He will ask.
With the owlbear.
With
the owlbear.
owlbear! The one that we almost, or would have, gotten mauled by first. The one that almost
So-
ate me.
We will explain how when we were doing dungeon delving below the moat house in the exterior underground structure, we came across some goblin inhabitants and this alchemist lady who had a little shop down there with a pet owlbear.
A shop.
Yes, a shop. She was selling potions.
Well, I trust you steered well clear, because, yeah, that's weird.
Yes, I thought so.
That's,
Weird. That's a good way to put it.
that the only reason someone would be doing that is to conduct experiments that would not be tolerated in Telgar at all. So
We
He-
do not
he-
wish to
he
imperil
looked-
our mortal soul.
he looks to his captain and we'll check that out. That's not
She's got
okay.
lightning powers,
She did?
or as we assume, yeah. There's lightning crackling around her and her staff when she came in and told us to leave her pet alone.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten that.
Thought it was sparks.
Sparks, lightning, same thing.
Magic. We know how to deal with that. Says Sir Michael.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
that's the only lightning I've seen, which is why I mentioned it.
that's nefarious goings on in the moat house. All right. We're gonna get some rest. He'll look to Wes, put a detail together to take care of the bodies here, would you? Thanks.
We will
He
do
goes to
that.
bed.
I will help Wes with this.
Okay.
Last rites and stuff being kind of in my bailiwick.
Sure.
Come on, detail. That's all of us.
You're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Wes, unlike the rest of these people here, we don't actually work for Sir Michael. So, a please might be nice.
Please.
Okay.
And if I accidentally bump into him and he splashes in the swamp, it's not my fault.
Yeah, sure.
Tiny
Yeah,
Wes?
I make it a point to make sure that they each have last rights.
Okay. So
I
who?
search them for useful stuff that I want to steal from them.
Of course you do.
Go ahead and make a roll. And this course is in the guise of prepping them for burial, right? So
No, after Sir Michael's left, this is straight. Yeah, okay, they're dead.
looting.
Straight thievery.
This is straight larceny.
Well, if they're dead, they don't need it anymore.
That's right.
Go ahead and
Unless
make a
what
roll.
they have should be given back to
Right.
people.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the gear that they have, while serviceable, is not particularly notable.
But Sir Michael probably didn't search them. So I'm starting to agree with Runt, and I kind of want to search the bodies entirely to see if there's some kind of clues on them.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll.
Okay.
Clues are a good idea. Like they might have like letters or directions or things
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what.
that I didn't care about and was not looking for.
Yeah, there we go. That's a success.
What's your search?
My search is 67. So less than half of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyone else making an effort to pilfer from the?
No, I'm utterly disgusted and walk away.
I wouldn't call it pilfering, but I can certainly see searching pockets for any kind of information and clues, like Alexander mentioned.
I'm not doing what Runt was doing. I'm looking for information. If I find a steel dagger, that's one thing. But but it's mostly the information. Runt's probably taking like pocket loot.
Or even, for that matter, maybe some tattoos.
By stealing their coin.
Yes, I agree. I don't have a problem with that, but that's not what I'm doing.
I'll join in on
I'll
the
be
tactical
certain
looting.
of letting Tindo know that I am not looting bodies. I am searching for information.
Yeah, I'm gonna join in too, but after Tindo leaves.
I'm just gonna. Is she gone yet? Yeah. Okay. Let me take a look. All right. Go ahead and make a roll. That's awesome.
Well,
There you go. Okay, you're searching the same body that Runt searched exclusively. It's like there's got to be something here.
okay.
You guys are bad at looking for things.
Yeah, me too. Missed that.
I'm just wondering, is Raymond, preparing for last rites for these bodies?
Going
He
through
looks
these.
over and everyone's looting.
It's a oh shoot, what's the word? Not conveyor
Tactical
belt.
stealing.
It's a team building exercise.
At the moment, I'm willing to consider myself neutral practical. Just don't go crazy stupid about it.
I like that. Neutral, practical.
Mhm.
That should be an alignment. I am neutral, practical.
What about like tattoos on their hands or their arms or face that
Okay, make another roll.
may indicate something about them?
Sure,
That's
make another roll.
Ooh, is that a search? Oh, not quite as special.
Successful.
So I succeeded this one.
Okay. Wes, as you think about if they've got any distinguishing tattoos or something, in fact, yes, they each have on their right bicep what looks like a flag, a black flag. They've got other sort of things that you might expect from military type people. In fact, you're very confident that these were pretty experienced campaigners from the various tattoos and marks that they have. But the one thing they each have in common is
That
the
black flag.
tattoo of that flag.
That's
Yes.
Is there a symbol on it?
No, it's
Okay,
just a
black
flag. Yeah. Which I should point out, all of the tattoos, with the possible exception of, obvious things like anchors and such, are things that you've never seen before.
Okay.
There is a sort of a common culture in the ancient peoples that lived here in this area.
Mm-hmm.
That goes all the way, further east than Minnock. And so there are, these kinds of tattoos and such are fairly common throughout the culture. But yeah, none of what you're looking at here is either northern kingdoms, north southern colonies, nor ancient peoples.
Okay. Good to know.
What are you doing with that information, if anything?
Other than us around ourselves just discussing things as we're preparing the bodies for burial, noticing this. Right now, nothing, since everybody else has already gone to bed or back to the camp or whatever. In the morning, though, I will mention it to Sir Michael that in preparing the bodies, we found these black flag tattoos.
If you're going to do that, do you want me to leave one of them unburied for the moment?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. We're gonna need to watch it in case, God forbid, it rises up from the dead. So I'll probably stake it really well or something. But
Or a giant frog comes and gets it.
You mean
Vampire stake.
No, I mean like get a giant post and run it through it.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
This one is not getting up tonight.
Okay. Ron, can I get another roll from you?
Well, of course.
Ooh.
Am I finally aware that I have tripped a cursed object?
Can you join me in the general channel for a moment?
At least it's not a crossbow bolt to the head.
So if all of our party members kind of fall in league with demons and
What?
death lords and stuff like that, do we just keep playing but as evil characters?
That only happens if the majority becomes demons first, and then the whole point of the party becomes to make everyone demons. So we have to accidentally get 4 of us demonified.
I think it would only happen if it occurred all at once to all of us.
Or that.
Because if one of us goes bad, the rest of us kill him.
So why is Alvis still here?
Because I haven't yet shot him.
So what you're saying is we should all belly flop into the cauldron.
Oh, no. That's not what we want to do.
At least one of us has to be pure of heart, right? Isn't how you break the black cauldron?
Oh, that's right.
One of pure of heart has to sacrifice themselves,
Well, yeah.
and then it ends up being that weird dog thing in the cartoon.
Yeah, the mutt.
So pretty much
Nasty thing.
Alvis was not pure.
Yeah, Elvis was
No,
not. He
not anywhere
immediately
near.
talked to the demon the second it asked him a question.
I was just being polite. When people talk to you, you respond.
Yeah, Wes was ready to fire off an overpowered shock bolt as he was looking down into the pit.
You should have pushed him and seen what happened.
He did talk about that. I don't think anyone has the balls to do something like that, though. No one in the party, at least.
It's like,
I'm just still impressed that I was able to grapple him.
yeah.
I keep forgetting Tindo's a girl.
Trust is like virginity. Once it's lost, you never get it back.
Bodies and then settling in for the evening. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you guys want to have a private conversation, feel free to pick any of the other channels to chat in.
Or just type it. Type it
Or-
to each other.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Did I miss something?
Yes.
Okay, what was it?
Well, that is yet to be determined. Well, let me rephrase that. It's yet to be disclosed.
Oh.
And while that's all happening, I'm going to go refill my water. So I'll be back in 5.
I just did that. I guess I'll pause again. Scan. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Raymond, you'll be the first to notice that a storm has risen in the northeast. Pretty serious thunderstorm. However, you also notice that there is arcing that comes up into the storm from the ground. Kind of unusual. Okay, maybe a lot unusual.
I will certainly point this out to Wes.
Damn it. What now?
Yeah, I know.
I was busy sleeping.
Are there any flying carpets?
You don't see me,
Good.
although it's a good distance off. It's probably out over the isthmus.
Ah. We'll keep an eye on it.
So lightning like that.
Lightning, like what?
Talking to Wes.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, I suppose it might be possible. I'm thinking more of a small scale lightning that, someone who can conjure that kind of stuff would do.
Okay. That was why I woke him up first.
But I suppose if someone could summon a lightning storm, that would be a high level sort of thing, and then hit all of them at once
Right.
from above would make sense. So the tops of the helmets are what were
Well,
scorched.
we know they have at least one thing with a flying carpet, so getting that height advantage is not hard. Does this storm look like it's coming towards us, or is it just off in the distance?
It does not appear to be moving toward you, no. I mean, it's dark, it's the swamp, it's kind of hard to, although, yeah, you can feel the change in the weather, smell the ozone.
Hmm. So, Wes, is this something that we should worry about, or just sit back and enjoy the fireworks?
I don't think we need to necessarily worry about it yet, but definitely keep an eye on it.
Okay. The evening will go by. In the morning, okay. So, yeah, okay. So after breakfast and morning devotions, the paladins are preparing to go.
Well, before that, though, in the morning, I will tell Sir Michael about the tattoos and stuff.
Oh. Well,
while we're preparing the bodies, we noticed this.
Carefully leave out the looting part.
Absolutely.
What looting part?
There was no looting parts.
You toss them a flap of skin that you carved off of their arm.
Oh, gosh.
Now, if it had a power storage matrix on that tattoo, you're definitely right.
I hope I don't see any of this. Joking about the dead. Oh my god.
Okay. Yes, he will go and examine this as well. It clearly has no. I mean, he's kind of frowning as he looks at it. And he looks at you, and
this is Sir Michael. This
right, and he'll say, "You think they were dock workers? Maybe." He points at the anchor.
Okay.
You'll notice all these military tattoos. These guys are not just dock workers.
Can I do world lore or anything like that, human lore, based upon my family's backstory?
So world lore, no. That's more, is that storm going to hit us tonight? But yes, otherwise.
What would I roll against?
You just go ahead and roll. You did not see these the other day, right?
61. No, I didn't stay around when the pilfering of the body started. I left.
Right.
Okay.
So seeing the but you rolled kind of crappy.
I rolled crap.
You crappy roller.
Crappy roll. That's too bad.
Could he get a bonus from the conversation that I had with Tin that explained a good portion of what I found and felt and took away from it.
That's a big bonus. Yeah. Sure. So, yeah, Tindo.
I guess part of what I'm really interested in as well is Sir Michael's reaction into seeing it. I almost wish I could do an insight check on him.
Well, there is psychology, human lore.
Oh.
You can go ahead and roll that.
Let me see where I am on that. Non-existent. I can't tell anything based on that. Jeez.
So you can still roll. It just
Yahtzee!
More difficult.
No.
Yahtzee. Yeah. You're not sure whether he's completely clueless or not.
Wes is very perplexed, thinking that Sir Michael is completely clueless.
Hey, even high-level people can fumble.
That's true.
But getting back to Tindo for a moment. So yes, you get the sense that what I think Runt has been telling you is probably accurate, although you lack any specifics.
Okay, so I'll just continue to pay careful attention to Sir Michael then.
Okay. Yeah, so Sir Michael's yeah, they strike me as some sort of laborers. I wonder what they were doing out here. Sorry.
I would much rather Sir Michael burn off his fumble rolls with this than have them at the cauldron.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Fighting Sir Michael the Lich.
Let's have that. Okay, well, I think we should. Why is there a stake in this man?
Raymond?
You saw the storm last night. Tree fell on him.
Oh, he seems as clueless as before. Right. Well, we should take care of that. That we don't want to be disrespecting the bodies.
Oh, absolutely. We only saved this one because we wanted you to see the tattoos and insignia personally. I'm going to bury him as soon as we're finished here.
Oh, very good. All right. Well, we are off then. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to leave one of our paladins behind to assist you in the defense of the camp here. Right. Okay. With that, he and the captain. Oh, the captain. He was there. All right. Hang on a second. Okay. Never mind. All right. So they walk off, get mounted up, and they take off. Who is going to see the paladins off and away?
I will be a part of that.
What do you mean?
Okay. So they all mount up and form up and take off. I suppose. Okay, everybody make a roll.
We're all going to be there, right?
Yeah,
I would like to watch them leave, but not be seen that I'm watching them leave.
I was planning on blessing them before they left, so.
Okay, certainly.
Am I going to throw down like flower petals before they walk out?
No. Exactly.
Okay. Runt.
Raymond's not going to mention this, by the way, but he doesn't think they're coming back. So
No. They have to have one come back, or we show up and they're all their carcasses are there.
Raymond thinks this is a fool's errand, but he's not going to say it to anybody. So
Runt, you're pretty sure do you have human lore on your character sheet?
Yes.
You can put a check mark on that. And you can see that the paladin that they left behind, as soon as the knights are out of view, he it's very clear to you that he is very angry that he did not get to go with them. And he kind of turns and sulks back to his pavilion and goes inside. He looks quite dejected.
As he should be. At least until tonight, when the undead attack.
And he's the last paladin alive.
Does he look like a local, like a guy that has lived and been around here his whole life and whatnot? Do I know him?
Oh no! Absolutely not. This is you can tell by the gear
Fancy
that he
pants?
has. Oh yes, he is definitely one of the
Bulgarian
aristocrats
elites.
of, yes. Yes.
But he looks kind of like ancestry wise, he looks like a local.
No. He's a northerner.
Yeah, there's lots of transplants from the north down here. Like me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I am curious now, from our group, who are the northerners that we can't trust?
It's finally starting to gel.
Who are the local boys?
Yeah. Who's the hobbling Hamlets and who are the northern born? I'm curious now. I want to see everybody's background.
All right.
As I look at Alexander.
Yeah.
I'm pureblood. What you talking about?
Pure blood what though?
The purest of blood, the ones down here. Get out of
The
here,
Vikings?
Northerners! You gross, disgusting, dirty-blooded,
Same
invading
imperial pigs. Go ahead, say it.
imperial pigs. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so Alexander is from the south.
He's a local boy.
What about Raymond?
Yeah, what about
Raymond's a
Raymond?
local.
All right.
Really?
What's Alvis? What's Alvis?
I'm the son of the carpenter.
And is your carpenter local, or are they northern, or what?
Not everybody from the north is a aristocrat, right? And the whole place was colonized from the north.
Correct.
Okay, so Alvis doesn't want to admit to anything. I got my eye on him. What about Runt?
I believe I'm mixed.
Okay.
As I would think the majority of people around are.
Yep, I'm definitely mixed. So Wes is the only pure blood. He's the one we got to keep an eye on.
Dirty pure blood, yes.
So as the knights the paladins getting upset, what was the demeanor of the knights that were leaving? Did they look like they knew they were marching off to die, or were they actually?
No.
they were going with confidence, thinking everything's going to be fine, and we're good to go.
So imagine, if you will, for a moment, that Sir Michael has an aura around him. It goes out maybe 20 feet, and everything around him is brighter somehow. And to a lesser degree, each of the other paladins has an aura similar to that. And then there's all the knights, and they generally stay pretty close to one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, this is a group of fighting men who are confident in the victory that they have yet to have.
Because they're paladins. Paladins always think that way.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Didn't you want to be a paladin?
And it's just the knights. The squires are staying like with us and stuff, right?
Correct.
And these people all seem like the same as from when we were in Hamlet. Like the same groups of people. I recognize all the faces.
Yes.
Everything's...
No extra random person showed up.
Correct.
Oh, dang straight no. Wes will put a shock bolt through anybody who acts like that.
What do you all want to do while we're waiting for Maiden group to get back?
Well,
let's see. So, which one of you all is the most like honky dory? I want to be a paladin, buddy with them.
Wes.
Wes. Okay.
That's Wes.
I'm gonna go.
I'm not sure that's true.
I'll go up to Wes and say, hey, your pal seems to be taking it awfully hard that he's got to stay behind and protect us, lowly peasants. Might want to go. I don't know. Cheer him up, or at least make sure he doesn't do something stupid.
No, I don't think he'll do anything stupid. But if he wants to sulk, that's his business.
So, Wes, you can go ahead and make a roll.
Okay. Nope.
Okay. You don't remember this guy in particular?
I'm going to follow up with, I'm not asking, I'm telling.
Wow, that's very unrunt-like.
Whoa, Alexander will step back.
I will notice this and be amazed that Runt forgot the airs of what Wes is theoretically, even though he tries to play it off.
Oh, really? Why do you say that?
There's something afoot here. And I'm going to leave it at that. And I'm going to kind of walk off away through the camp in a huff.
Okay.
The goal being to I try to get lost in the crowd and sneak up on the knight's tent.
Okay. You're there.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure that I'm not seen by people. I want to actually sneak and be hidden and not have people know that I'm like literally spying on him.
Okay. You believe you've been circuitous in your approach?
As I always do.
I'm a skilled sneak.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
I'll leave it at that.
Unless there's climbing involved.
The pavilion would be very difficult to climb.
Might be better than that cliff.
Wes will watch Runt walk off,
Okay.
and then he will keep himself busy with something for some minutes.
Mhm.
And then after a while, we'll start looking around for Runt again. And when he does see Runt again, we'll then readdress the issue with him.
With a shock
Okay.
bolt?
Are we all there for this conversation?
It's a small camp. The paladins just left. I believe everyone said we're going to see them off. So yeah.
Yeah, I assume so. Yeah.
While Wes is trying to keep himself busy, Wes, look, clearly any paladin's feelings are going to be hurt.
Exactly.
Stay behind at the camp, right?
Nobody wants to babysit.
So we need to let him think he's in charge. Whether he is or not, if he wants to sit in his tent and sulk all day, that's his prerogative. But what I'm telling you is that, for example, when we figure out what watches are for the night, at least run them past him. This is what I was thinking about for setting watches for tonight. Does this meet your approval?
I can do that.
At
Good
least
idea.
give him the illusion that he's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll soothe his ego.
Or we could gather up a bunch of giant carnivorous frogs and have them attack while the paladins are away.
I thought of that, but that seems like a high risk, high reward strategy.
I don't think there's even a real reward in
Alexander
that.
is down.
That's just a high risk,
Is
no
everyone
reward
gone
strategy.
The party's gone mad.
I'm thinking, keep him busy.
The 3 days of constant hiking has just addled all their brains.
So all I'm saying is that when we have the opportunity to do so, let him either make decisions or think he's making decisions, whichever. It's only going to be for, fingers crossed, a couple days. And I think the camp will run smoother that way. That's all.
No, I agree. Good idea. Thank you.
I tend to leave the politics of the aristocracy to you because you're more adept at it than I am. So.
Well, I don't know if I'm all that adept at it, but I'm at least familiar.
You're still more adept than I am. So. You can do this. I got faith in you.
Fist bump.
Okay.
Oh, that doesn't even need one.
So the men-at-arms, by the way, the 5 of them, have assigned themselves watch. If you want to interject in that, by all means, you're welcome to do so, but they seem to be pretty accustomed to their responsibilities.
During the day?
Yeah.
Okay. I will not interfere with that at all.
Okay.
Is there one of them that seems to be the head guy?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just keep him in mind.
Okay.
So,
you're pretty sure that he's getting some rest.
Okay.
Probably anticipating the evening. In fact,
that would seem to be the prudent thing to do.
Those that are not on watch are likewise resting. The rest of the camp, however, is doing camp stuff.
Improving fortifications?
Not so much that, more, working on gear. A lot of polishing is going on.
No, yeah. The rolling of barrels?
Some of that, yep. Okay. Anything else between now and evening?
Yeah, once a swarm of squires gets away from Wes and Wes isn't bothered with everything, I would like to talk with him.
Okay.
So I'll shoot him the message of what I want to share with him and whatnot, but it'll be in private or whatnot.
Okay.
And whatever happened with Runt's storyline of going to check on the
He's
paladin?
hanging out near the. Well, you're not sure where he is. He's kind of dropped off the
So like
radar
15,
for the
20
moment.
minutes later, he doesn't show back up?
Correct.
I will start looking for him then.
Okay. I'm going to need a hide roll from you, Runt.
But I'm only good at those when it's not important.
It's not important.
Okay. You can make a search roll, Brian.
Regular success, which does not
Okay.
beat a special hide, does it?
You're not sure what's happened to Runt, and I would point out that it's a fairly small camp.
Mm-hmm.
He must have gone off fishing for frogs.
Well, when I can't find him, I'm going to get back to the rest of the party saying, hey guys, I went to find Runt to see what it was he was really talking about earlier, and I can't find him anywhere.
He is a sneaky one. He probably just
My time
disappeared.
to
Never
shine. Let's see if I can
returned.
pick up his tracks.
Oh man,
Just leave him, man. Let's see if I can find you, Runt.
He's enjoying himself.
I have no idea.
Yep. So scanning around the camp, there's a brickload of footprints everywhere, going every which way. You have no idea.
I'm not that good, guys. My bad.
I'm gonna loudly sigh, and I'm gonna look at Wes, and I'm gonna say, how much damage can he actually do?
Yes.
Ask the gypsies.
I'm not really worried about damage so much as him getting damaged. Does that make sense?
Very
Listen,
valid.
no. To some extent, if that happens, it's his own damn fault. But we should keep our eyes out open for him.
At that, I will say, okay, who allowed their brain to get taken over by the vampire?
Alvis.
Look around for Alvis.
Hello, I've been here the entire time.
Yep,
Good.
He's not hard to find.
Keep that shock bolt prepped.
Wasn't the vampire like over at the moat house?
It was. We do know it's area affected, so. But his aura could be growing at all times.
Jeez, I'm never telling you the next time I get taken over. I'm just gonna hold it against me.
I'm just glad he's forgotten about the will-o-wisp. So
All right. So yes, getting back to Runt for a moment. Are you intending to do anything specific there at your hiding spot near the pavilion?
Just lurk and listen.
Okay. Yeah, he's obviously in there. At some point, I'm sure he's going to go to sleep. So you'll hear him snoring.
Okay, I'll sneak into his tent.
Ah, yes, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sneak roll.
Jesus.
Okay, you're there.
Holy cow!
What? Okay, hold on.
Are you in the bed with him?
Dude, that's 4, 5, 4, 9, and 5. That's disgusting. What are you typing when you type the D100?
Yeah, what's your cheat code?
Yeah, what are you?
Okay, you slip under the edge of the pavilion. as you would expect, this is clearly a pavilion belonging to an aristocrat, and not just an aristocrat, but a paladin.
Okay, I'm gonna look around.
Okay. There are many things of great value.
Yeah, I'm not looking for anything of value. I'm looking for information and signs to support my growing paranoia.
Of what specifically? I'm not sure what it is. What?
A general sense of unease. So not really sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's a coat of arms. Go ahead and roll a percentile when you see that. Okay. Nothing strikes you nefarious about that. A holy symbol of Sylvanus. Go ahead and make a roll. Okay. Yeah, you cast about a bit. Nothing really jumps out at you as being dark and nefarious.
I look for like letters or communication that might be hidden away someplace where you wouldn't want someone to find them, so they're not like obviously around, things like that.
Make a search roll.
My search is 53.
Yeah, that's not going to be good enough. Yes, there is correspondence. You don't see anything that is concerning.
Okay.
Or otherwise of interest. He catches his breath and rolls over.
Can I see his arms?
Yes.
Does he bear any tattoos?
He probably does. Go ahead and roll.
Is that a search roll? Is that a scan roll?
That's a knowledge roll. Do I know what this stuff is? You see that he has a tattoo that so Knights of Rank have that there are certain orders. You recognize this particular order as being the first circle of the Order of the Orb, which has something to do with Tamra's court.
Okay.
In short, he's a looks to be a newly initiated member of that order.
Okay.
So low man on the totem pole.
Sure. Makes sense. Okay.
But he clearly has airs of being of greater importance himself.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Well, yes.
I'm going to tie his bootstraps together and then leave.
Okay. All right, make a sneak roll. Okay, exiting the pavilion. Everyone in the party can make a scan roll.
Okay. Dude, we are all looking for you.
Holy cow!
Here, I thought my 14 was pretty good.
Can't make this up. So yeah, I mean, Elvis and Wes are walking by his pavilion as you decide to exit out the rear panel or something,
Mhm.
and bump into a crate or something that wasn't there before, and both Elvis and Wes are gonna, what?
What? WTFO?
Hmm?
Grab him by the collar and drag him off to the side. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Check his pocket.
Nothing.
Nothing.
What'd you steal from him? Check his pockets.
Okay, I'll
I did
check his
check my
pockets.
Are you going to resist at all, Ron?
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm certainly used to being shaken up for and manhandled, and I just kind of go limp, so it's harder for them. Just kind of like,
All right. You won't find anything of value on him,
Good.
as might be expected from having pilfered something.
I told
What
you.
do you think you're doing?
I don't think a lot. I just kind of act.
I've been there.
So
Who is Runt closest to in the party? Emotionally.
Tindo, probably.
Probably Tindo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell him. Before you do anything, talk to Tindo.
I did.
Oh, really? I'll look over at Tindo. Did you know this was going on?
Well, not this. I mean, I talked to Tinder yesterday, so I just figured that's close enough.
No, I don't know the
Oh,
comings and
geez.
goings of Runt.
Oh. Hey, guys, I get it that we're all concerned about trust factors. But we need to be trustworthy ourselves, right?
Fair.
Sorry, I'm not helping.
No. Okay. Yep. I certainly don't think that I have given you reason to trust me, and that's absolutely yep. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So there's a loud crash from the pavilion in question, and then a
I'd say
loud
okay. Maybe
sort
I
of,
didn't.
ow!
Maybe I didn't
What
do nothing.
He didn't do exactly nothing.
Just shake my head. What time is it getting?
Late. It is getting late.
Oh, okay, so we should be getting close to mealtime.
Yes.
All the bodies buried and put away.
Yes.
At this point, they
Yes.
should be, yeah.
Okay. If it's trust time, let's go talk about it. We need to go dig up one of the bodies so I could show you something.
Oh, really?
We're gonna zoom a body.
Let's do that after dinner.
Ray,
Too funny. Okay, so the evening meal. Let me ask this question: is this before actual dark or not?
It should be before.
Yeah, it
Okay.
should be before
So
dark.
not quite dark yet. All right.
And I'll do
So-
some sort of, keeping the paladin informed of his position here in the party of, wrapping on his pavilion, let him know that we are looking, having, evening meal in such amount of time. Would that be appropriate? That kind of thing.
Well,
Okay.
he does have a squire.
Well, that's right, it does.
Yep.
So I'll work through the squire then.
Okay. So make a human lore roll, Brian, as you're talking to the squire. Okay.
Damn.
So look at you. The squire is surprised that you're talking to him at all, and is even more surprised that you are asking him to convey how to put it, concurrence from his liege.
And I will let him know that out here, I'm just a member of the party.
Okay, as you wish, my lord. he is clearly surprised by what you're doing.
Surprised that it's completely out of place that I should not be doing that? Or it's just surprised that me, Wes, is doing that? Or can I tell?
Oh yeah, you rolled a 2. I mean, he is surprised that you would defer in anything to the paladin. He yeah, yeah, questions of rank, he seems to understand.
So we're talking about social rank here.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not me, this guy, it's me, Wes, doing this.
Right.
Okay, I'm tracking.
Okay. But
I'll pat him on the shoulder.
Okay. I'm not sure that helps.
Welcome to my world.
Okay. He clearly he has a this is an unexpected how to put it, revelation about you in particular.
That's good. I can handle that.
Okay. So with the passing of the evening meal, you want to go and exhume one of the bodies. Is that right?
Yes, and while they're doing that, I will occupy the paladin's attention with this is the proposed night schedule for watch and that kind of stuff.
Well,
okay.
I mean, but you kind of need to be there for it.
I don't, do I?
Well, I mean, you and I were having
You're
a
the one
conversation
with
about trust.
issues.
Well, it wasn't just you and I, though. It was the party discussing this whole trust issue. You were just the example. So if you point out something to all these folks, the rest of the party, and I come back later and say, hey, yeah, this is what we found out from, this is what, Runt told us, we can run from there. But I do want to specifically distract the paladin from us exhuming a body. I think that will bring attention. Does that make sense?
As you wish.
Okay. I believe the words are yes, my liege.
Oh, God.
Yikes.
Okay, so you distract the paladin whilst the party goes and exhumes a body. All right, you've got the body dug up.
Okay, and I just show them the tattoo on the arm. That's all. We don't even need to dig up the whole thing, right? Just
the black flag?
Here. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could comment if you were there.
Okay.
Clearly, you know something about this tattoo that we didn't earlier, because we knew about the tattoo. Tell us what you know about it.
I'm gonna point out a particular design inherent in the flag.
So, okay, hang on. Let me be a little more specific. It was not the flag that you recognized as being interesting. It was another tattoo.
Oh, okay, is another symbol.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was inclusive, like hidden in the black flag.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, then I will point out that tattoo.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know that anybody. Yeah, so everyone else sort of looking at it, none of you, there's no, you have no connection to what he's pointing at.
I'm gonna kind of tilt my head to the side and kind of like pull my hair up so that I can show where it's kind of like grown over, but there's still clearly behind my ear and kind of up a little bit higher on my head, a smaller version of the same tattoo.
So not exactly the same, similar.
Sure.
Yes.
Similar enough that
yeah. Okay. So, right. Okay. So yeah, Run shows you a tattoo that's covered up by the hair in his head. That has some similarities, but is unique or different. And you might all be going, yeah, so? What?
Am I supposed to gut you? What do you want?
So usually, different guilds have a slightly different take on it. Flavor, style, got to carve out your own space, all that jazz. But there's still generally enough of a theme there that we can recognize our own when we come across them. Individuals that maybe don't participate in the most legal activities all of the time, depending on who might be judging said activities. I think we're heavily into property acquisitions, things like that. And I just kind of look at everyone like, do I need to be more blunt? I'd rather not be more blunt. Is this good enough?
I'm staring at Alexander at this point because he's the person who's most likely to pipe up with, "Oh, you're a thief!"
Or is he a pirate? Does he have an anchor on his arm?
All right. So what you're saying is, this person was fit in speculative acquisitions.
Yes. Yes, very well. I would guess by these people, less speculative and far more murderous.
Okay.
Because these aren't. Well, okay. These seem a little bit more fightery types, right? They're kind of
So
strong
now that with
individuals.
that perspective, did this and I'm not going to dig up all the bodies to verify this, but
Every single one.
did this everyone had it?
Every single one.
Okay. So and I'm going to look around at this point, make sure we're the only people around.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is this was a group of assassins.
That would be my feeling, yes.
Okay.
They all got nuked.
Why did they die?
So here's the thing. The other side of that is, all those stab wounds and everything that you guys were looking at and like, oh, okay, this is how they died. Yeah, they were dead before they had those. Those
Okay,
were
so
after the death part.
Okay. I'm questioning this because I want to learn. How did you know that?
I rolled really well. And instead of saying I rolled really well, I'd say there may have been a time or two when I ended up having to do something very similar, and I recognized the handiwork.
Or more simply, wounds of living people bleed differently than wounds of dead people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
like
true.
dead people don't
Raven
bleed.
wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't like. I think.
All right. First of all,
I have.
Is there any reason why we can't rebury the body?
Oh no! Yeah, we can put them away. We're done. I just need to show the tattoo. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have a little bit of first aid. I have enough to couch that, but I would also probably frame it more of experience rather than like it looked the same as when I've staged something.
Okay.
Let me hope that you have pronounced such traits.
That was a very a hard line that Rufus put forward.
Yeah, I could imagine that.
Hey, and there was nothing in my pockets.
There was nothing in your pockets. I as a cleric, I have to believe in redemption. So
not by choice, of course, but by profession
by
only.
nature, I have to believe in redemption. So I'm much more of the go forth and sin no more. Your past is your past.
Sure. So here's the thing. This has made me incredibly paranoid. Because we have a group of people from who the fuck knows where, paid and outfitted by Maynok, come out here to kill someone.
Or someone's.
Yes.
And they failed.
And they failed, which, okay, cool, I guess. We don't really know why. We don't know if even this maybe was all part of it, and maybe they were successful. Again, who the fuck knows? But it's not good. Why do we keep mixed up in things so much bigger than us?
I'm going to chuckle at that point and say, that I cannot answer.
Because we ourselves are bigger than we think.
Yeah, it's because PCs are weird magnets.
Yes, there you go. That's the answer. PCs are weird magnets.
Short joke.
All right. Well, now that we have finished the questionably legal activities for the evening, because digging up a corpse is questionably legal.
Is it? Is it illegal here at the crossroad, or is it illegal back in Hamlet? Because we're not in Hamlet.
And I'm very much aware of that. Otherwise,
it's a crossroad. We're not going to summon a crossroad demon, are we?
Long ago. So where I'm going with this is I will circle back so that we can bring Wes into this conversation.
Okay. Yes, and when that happens, I'm trying to clarify, having just gleaned some of this information from the conversation. So these guys were part of some sort of assassin's group?
Judging by their lack of thieves' tools, their armor, their weapons, their musculature, yeah, they were assassins. Like the purpose... actually, I wouldn't even say assassin. I'd say they were bruisers.
But the question he brings up, of course, is they were clearly coming this way to target somebody.
Hmm?
And what if this was a setup, though?
Well, again, so that's the thing. It could go two ways. Someone in Minoc paid them to do it, or someone paid them to make it look like Minoc was doing it. And I hate that both of those are valid options. But those guys were not from Minoc. I don't know where they were from.
I think we all recognize
Well, are
that from
you
their
certain
facial
that
features,
they're-
though, right?
I thought none of us recognized their like ethnicity, basically.
Right. So by default, we know they're not from Minoc.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, either they were paid for and hired by Minoc, or paid for to set up Minoc. Either way,
I don't really
great.
care. I mean, I don't really care that they came from Minoc. You know, Minoc is kind of sketchy anyway.
It is. It's a bad place.
So my question, so what this seems to tell me is the forces of evil, shall we say, are not united. It's not one monolithic ho ho ho, we're the bad guys.
Well, I mean, that's never been the case.
And that's a good thing. Let's celebrate the small victories.
Okay.
So
But,
someone is coming from, presumably from Minoc. Whether they're Minokian or not doesn't really matter.
sure.
And they get jumped by somebody else who kills them entirely with magic,
Seems that way.
and then tries to set it up so that they were stabbed, so that presumably
Honestly,
we could see it.
I think the stabbing was by the knights as they passed through. I think as they came across the bodies, they're like, "Well, this is weird." They stabbed everyone to make sure they were dead, shuffled them off the road, and went on their way.
The knight that they left behind, the paladin they left behind, was he in the advanced group or the rearguard group?
He was in the advanced group.
So he was here when all this happened.
Yes.
Yeah, and if someone had talked to him, we might have found that out.
Well,
I'll go
he's
talk to
still
him.
here. We can
Go after
we can have this conversation. Wes, be careful about it, but you can do it.
Wes, just so you know, he's on the first circle of the Order of the Orb. So I guess he's got a lot to prove and nothing to show for it just yet.
When Runt says the first circle of the Order of the Orb, I will give him the evil eye.
Okay.
Okay.
But once things calm down, I'll go and have a conversation with him to ask him about, what exactly did happen when they came across the bodies here at the crossroads area, and get his view.
Okay. Well, yeah. So he'll say, when I came upon them, there was a pile in the middle of the crossroads. Sir Michael had us drag them off to the side. Looks
They were
like
in
they'd
a
just been
pile
dumped.
in the center of the crossroads.
Correct. Looks like they had just been dumped there.
Interesting. Anything else unusual?
I'm sorry, what?
Anything else unusual?
No. Not that I can. No.
Okay, thank you. Go back to the party and tell them about this part that was not shared earlier. In fact, they were all just dumped in the center of the crossroads.
At that, Alexander will suggest, are they a trap then? Were these prepped zombies essentially? So they're gonna wake up tonight or tomorrow night and break out and attack the camp?
I think it would have been better to stage them out in the swamp where they would not have been seen if you wanted to do
Unless
that.
they wanted them to be brought to the camp to be buried.
Yeah, I mean, if they buried them off in the woods, not necessarily knowing where we would camp. I mean, here, your morals dictate that you have to give them rights and bury them, so they know that they'll be close by if they are going to rise as zombies.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Point
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah, it's just a suggestion. This could be essentially a bioweapon. Except you wouldn't know to call it that.
The black goo.
The Trojan horse. Just a thought.
No, it's a good thought. So,
Mhm.
all right, why don't we do this? None of us are actually in the watch rotation. On the other hand, putting one of us to watch the graveyard tonight,
Alexander will pipe up for that. I'll start it.
Just, if they start crawling out, just yell and scream. There's going to be lots of other people awake.
Yeah, I'll be able to. I'll wake everybody up. Don't worry.
So
I'll kill one or two first, and then I'll call for help. That's how I
No,
got this.
make sure you wake the paladin up first. He's got something to prove, and it would.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Yeah.
It would be good for him to actually be useful.
Save us!
Save the lowly peasants.
Help! Help! I say help!
Okay, all right, but really, how can we take the guy seriously when he falls on his face because his boots are tied together?
He also got left
Wes will
behind.
look
and
at
what did he
him.
do?
Boots tied together?
Oh, I mean,
He
The
tripped
left
over his own
crest.
feet.
speculation, of course.
Wes will shake his head, walk away.
He also, when he was told that he doesn't get to go fight the cauldron monster, that he went back and pouted about it. So that doesn't really show much of character.
Well, he's
I
a young
mean, you
paladin.
would pout about it too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, now.
Hey, I didn't say. I'm not a paladin who got kicked out. So who knows? When I get to the ranger level and I get kicked out, we'll see if I pout about it.
Okay.
You don't have a griffin. You can't come.
Yeah.
You have to be at least this tall to fight the cauldron.
Yeah.
Runt will never get to fight the cauldron.
I
You're
don't think Ron
probably
wants
better
to
off that
fight
way.
the cauldron.
Do we see a green glow off to the south?
No.
Did we the last time we were at the crossroads?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, good sign.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe not.
So, night falls.
Alexander said he was watching the graveyard, so
Okay.
Yep.
I would suggest keeping a vague eye on the south as well, because I suspect that the two of them would be related.
Probably.
Then you vaguely see a green glow in the south.
Awesome.
All right. So as evening falls, whoever's on watch can make a scan roll.
Why don't I get the 2?
Because you have to roll it twice.
Yeah, the 48 is still passes. So
Okay. So Alexander, you will see off in the swamp to the north a pair of green eyes rise up out of the muck. And then another pair. And another.
at the third is when I'll stand up.
I forgot to mention.
Oh, the first wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, the first wasn't enough. No. Yeah, no, first wasn't enough. I was like, okay, what is this? And then
green glowing orbs starting to march toward the camp. Oh, look, there's some over there too.
Yep. I'll start screaming, "They're coming! They're coming!"
Okay.
I'll grab all
for
my
the love
stuff.
of God!
Wes had forgotten to mention about setting out extra torches around the area to help keep the area lit up to keep the frogs away. But
We can assume that people were clever enough to do that. More torches would help you see better what's horror is coming toward the camp. Okay. So as the camp is roused from its slumber and people waking up and there's a bunch of skeletons slowly
No,
marching.
say zombies. You were gonna say it. Say the zombies so I can use the bow. Come on, do it.
Toward the camp.
Oh, that kind of glow. I was thinking giant frogs.
No, that's the wrong kind of glow.
I wouldn't have freaked out about the frogs.
Giant carnivorous frogs?
Shimmer.
They're skeletons?
Yes. Skeletons.
They're not like skeletons like they ripped out of the meat cage of these dead people, or no, just random ass skeletons.
That would be awesome. No, the persons that have been put to rest are not moving.
Good.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, this is new guys.
Yeah, the new guys are not moving. The ancient dead guys, well, that's another matter altogether. So,
ancient dead.
Yes, the ancient dead of the swamp have risen and are all around the camp. And they are marching toward the camp because brains.
We are marching forward.
You can.
All right, Mr. Paladin, here's your chance to shine.
You can see that they're all saying the same thing as they slowly march toward the swamp, toward the camp. They're in the swamp, right? It's kind of slowly moving, but all of their jaws are sort of going, and even though they don't have lips, you can all tell that they're all chanting brains.
Well, that was a zombie thing.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. They're not doing that at all.
It's just undead cultural appropriation.
That's right.
Are they saying skin then?
Flesh.
Yeah, they're not actually saying anything, but yeah. And some of them don't actually have jaws at all. They're just, no jaw.
I'm going to hold that against you in case you try to say they make a bite attack.
It'll just be the one that actually does it has jaws.
All right.
And that one, of course, has fangs, not just jaws.
So we have roused the camp.
Yes, the camp is awake.
Is aroused?
Yeah, it's setting up on all sides. Yeah, everybody's gotten arms, varying types. Most of the squires have spears.
Lovely.
These are pig spears or hog spears.
Oh, the crossbeam?
Yeah, it's got the cross thingy in. Yeah.
So that might actually do some damage.
Well, it'll hold the skeletons at bay, so others can come along and bust them up. The men-at-arms, when they see that there's a bunch of skeletons out there, they all switch from swords to maces.
Good call.
Look at my
That's what we should have
two-handed
done in
sword.
town. We should have gotten a bloody mace.
Use your carpenter's hammer and
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, I'm just gonna repel them, but nonetheless,
carpenter thing.
Oh yeah, you're gonna make them all disappear.
the paladin and I are just gonna be dispelling stuff. So, I hope. Where's the paladin?
Yeah, he's definitely up. He likewise has a mace out.
It's a shame he woke up earlier. It'd be more entertaining if it happened now.
Yeah, he's mace and shield. He will sort of go around the perimeter of the camp looking for the group that's closest or where he anticipates the first group of skeletons will arrive, and he's going to position himself there.
Okay, but he's not gonna charge out after them.
That was a consideration for a little while, perhaps, but he thought better of that.
Okay, this is good. That means he's not completely foolhardy. No, seriously. I mean, he's a kid searching for glory.
Yes,
The idea that he's going to go off half cocked, you got to think about.
that's right.
All right. So
Okay.
I will set myself up well away from him.
Okay.
Not because I'm scared of him, but because he has holy smite and I have the spells, and I don't think we need to both be in the same place.
That's probably true.
And they can come to us.
Okay. Does anyone else have any specific comments before we engage skeletons?
I'll be fighting up next to the paladin.
Okay.
The only thing that Wes wanted to do is if the skeletons do congregate in a pile behind someone or essentially filling up a whole mega hex, he would try to take advantage of that by casting Shock Cloud.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Any other comments about tactics or strategy or specific to what they want to do?
I'd ask the squire if they have a bow I could use.
Yes, of course. Yeah, they can. Somebody will get you a short bow.
Wow.
Along with a couple of quivers of arrows.
Sweet.
Make him sign a hand receipt for this.
Okay. So this is a mass combat. I'm not going to go into individual combats. What we'll do is sort of arbitrate. And how we'll do this is as a grid where you get 3 rolls, beginning, middle combat, end of combat. So fumbles obviously indicate something bad happened to you. Criticals indicate something, you did something extraordinary in the course of the ensuing battle. So if you could go ahead and roll D100 3 times. there's probably a way to roll that all together instead of doing it separately where it'd be more confusing, and I will take them in the order that I see them. Perfect, thank you. That works great. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
I'm going to point out that I actually have 0 training in a bow and was doing it just to try to get a check mark because I didn't want to throw my.
No, that was there. That's awesome.
Yeah, I use that all the time. So I keep it over to the side so I can just click on it and you can re-roll dice that you've already rolled for. And
yeah. All right. Let's get back to business here. So, Tindo.
I did forget to mention I want to use shock bolts while they're at a distance. I've got 10 free magic points.
Two, 33. I see that Runt spends most of his time in avoidance until the very end where he comes out and sort of gets involved.
Absolutely, especially since I don't actually have training in a bow.
It took him the first couple rounds to figure out how to shoot.
Yep.
Where's the pointy end? Okay. I don't see any fumbles. I don't see any criticals. So
I got a special.
strongly, relative to what?
Relative to my main weapons skills.
Okay.
I rolled a 15.
Yep, I see the 15. Okay. All right. Those of you who have some magical ability, how much of your power are you going to spend?
I can spend up to 10 points.
Let me rephrase my question. How much do you spend? Mark off the amount that you spend in the course of this engagement.
I will spend enough that the skeletons lose.
After the first contact, how under control does the situation look? I mean, is this something where we need to spend a whole lot of spell power, or?
You don't think so? With the
Okay.
paladin here, wherever there's a congregation of the undead,
Right.
He'll go there, and these are low level enough that they're not a serious threat to him.
Okay.
It's very difficult for them to fight him in particular. In fact, they will tend to shy away from him.
And where possible, I'm going to stand back and let him look good. So.
I will spend no more than 5.
Okay. So yeah, let me reiterate. Those of you who are spending mana, mark it off.
Yep.
I would not necessarily expect you to spend everything, but you should be spending something.
Mine would be dependent on how hurt people get, but
Yeah, so let me roll generalizations for 3 groups. That is the paladin, the men-at-arms, and then everyone else. So the paladin does not particularly distinguish himself.
Surprise, surprise.
Hey, don't hate on him. He was just crying earlier.
He said he wanted to go with the cauldron group.
Yeah, don't all of us?
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, except they're all dead. And that's why these guys are here.
Okay.
No, these
So
guys came from the north.
so
Oh, yeah.
none of the men-at-arms get particularly well. Yeah, nobody takes serious damage. That is not to say that nobody took damage. In fact, for the party, again, no fumbles, no criticals. So everyone can take a D4 damage. You can go ahead and roll that for yourself. That's generalized damage, non-specific. Oh, some of you got hurt. Okay. So it is at this point when, so the engagement, you're still fighting the skeletons when something to the northeast happens. Okay. Everyone can make a scan roll. Okay. So Elvis, you'll be the first to notice this. Do I have more rolls coming? Who did I miss?
Oh, it's just me. I failed my roll anyway, so it's okay.
Wes. We're missing Wes.
There we go.
Oh, okay. So Wes and Elvis. You notice from the northeast, so the skeletons are still coming in. You know, it's ones and twos and groups, and you know, everybody's sort of ringed the camp, fighting them off. When to the northeast, you see well, Wes will recognize the spell pretty easily. There are a series of shock bolts that go out and strike skeletons between you and where it emanates to the northeast.
So shock bolts are coming from the northeast, and the hitting skeletons between us and whoever shot them.
Correct.
Okay.
And what is your scan?
71.
68.
Okay. Well, you can see that there are shapes out there in the swamp moving toward the camp.
And these do not have the two glowing orbs in their eye sockets.
Yes, that is correct. No green orby things.
I'm going to leave this to our leader, the paladin.
We let them know there are folks coming in. Those shock bolts are coming from somebody who's coming this way.
I'm just going to kind of mutter, they're just trying to lure us into a false sense of security. Don't let your guard down.
Jeez, dude, not everyone's trying to kill you.
I just kind of look at him like, yes, they are?
But you know, it only takes one.
To be successful.
True.
Okay. So the following round, they move closer. And toward the center of this group, you'll see another series of shock bolts going out. In fact, at this point, Wes, you're pretty sure that there's more than 2 sources for the shock bolts.
Okay, well, mention it looks like they got 2 magic users throwing those shock bolts.
And they're on either flank, clearing the skeletons from their path of movement.
Well, it's nice to get some help every once in a while.
Okay. The next couple of rounds, you will see another group to the southeast, moving likewise toward the encampment. And there's only one guy down there who's throwing shock bolts out to destroy skeletons. Now, I should also mention that these are multiple bolts. Each one on hitting is destroying a skeleton. Okay?
They're pretty powerful bolts.
Correct.
How many hit points does it generally take to destroy a skeleton?
More than 2.
Well, we fought skeletons before. How many points do they generally take?
Well, on average, what does your shock bolt do?
Well, shock bolts just do a D4, unless I overcharge them.
Exactly. So how much do you have to overcharge it to take out a skeleton?
Or just how many shock bolts does it take to take a skeleton out?
So
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just trying to gauge, based on Wes's experience, how much power are being pumped out here.
Right. So if the skeleton has, say, 12 hit points, assuming it's not being hit by puncturing or slashing,
Mm-hmm.
You need to accumulate 12 points of damage.
Right. So skeletons have about 12 hit points. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on average, these bolts are doing at least 12. Okay. So this will continue until the skeletons are all mostly gone. There might be a few stragglers that get taken out by a weapon. But the camp there's a group to the northeast, southeast, and one to the southwest.
Okay, southwest is new.
Correct. The camp is effectively surrounded. On the road to the northeast, a voice will emanate from the group of people over there that no one understands.
No one?
Correct. Somebody's speaking in a foreign language that nobody recognizes. The paladin will move to interpose himself between the camp and the group there. And yeah, he'll say, identify yourselves. All right. So with that, you can see a torch will get lit and
On the road?
handed. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's handed to a middle-aged woman. And sort of pushed forward. Everyone make a scan roll.
It's not the alchemist, is it?
No.
Woohoo!
Hey, I succeeded at something.
That's a special.
Okay. So you can see behind the line, so the torch is lit up and it's handed to the woman, and she's being pushed forward. Behind her, you can see this line of guys. They're all in arms and armor. And on the road behind them is a flag. There's a staff with a yeah, it's hard to see in the darkness, but there's a flag back there.
I'll look over at Wes.
I'll walk forward to the paladin to back him up.
Okay. So this woman is being pushed forward by a single guy. He's kind of hobbles along a bit. He's very short.
Is he old?
Well, it's hard to tell. He's it could be old. I mean, he's got a hood up. He's got a short stick that he's using to sort of support himself as he goes.
I thought he was poking the old woman with it.
And so behind them, right, there's these guys.
Right.
Some of them have crossbows, some of them have bows, a lot of them have swords. A few of them have some maces. You also see some pole arms back there.
Are they wearing like leather and stuff, or are they wearing like mail and stuff?
You rolled a 10, didn't you?
Yes. The firelight, is it making glinty off of their armor or not?
Yeah, when it was first lit up, you can see that a lot of them were wearing lamellar.
Now that's unusual, right?
Very unusual.
Okay. I will mention that to the paladin. Hey, those guys back there are wearing lamellar.
He'll say, thank you, good sirs, for your assistance with the foul undead.
Has the old woman spoke yet?
So
Sorry,
middle-aged woman.
Middle-aged woman.
And you can see that her hands are bound together.
Oh.
And she's holding the torch with both hands. And yeah, her clothing is really ragged, torn in places, not in good shape. The sort of bent guy says something to her, and she says, in Norse.
Now, I don't speak Norse, but would I recognize it as Norse?
Yes, everyone will recognize it as Norse. The paladin, he knows Norse.
Oh, okay.
And I think other people in the party,
I believe
know
somebody
it as
does.
well. Who is it that knows?
Is it Raymond or Alexander?
Raymond has it at a 39.
Okay. Anybody else?
I do not have it.
Okay. So the paladin's not particularly good at Norse, and he looks over his shoulder. Does anybody understand what she's saying? And when he does that, the bank guy at her side kind of shakes her from behind, and she looks really scared. And she tries another language. It's a dialect that none of you recognize, and she's looking really frightened now.
Did Raymond understand?
I will walk up. I will
Okay.
walk up at this point,
Uh-huh.
and I will say in Norse, it's okay. I speak slowly, but I can understand you.
Okay.
Obviously in Norse.
Okay. So she looks pretty relieved that there's someone that can understand her. And she says, they want to know where Telgar is.
East of the swamp. Well, they are New Norse.
I will translate for the paladin.
Okay, he seems puzzled by that.
I do too. I will say that I'm confused. Are you not from Telgar? In any case, Telgar is to the east.
So you know you're lying, right?
No, actually, I don't.
Okay.
I thought Telgar was
it's to the west.
Oh,
No, it's to the west.
Just to the west.
Oh, I have getting Telgar and
Minot?
confused. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So okay, so we're not lying. Okay.
No, I'm not lying to her.
Okay, everyone make a listen roll.
Oh yeah, baby.
Dude.
Okay. Wes, the crippled guy next to her says over his shoulder to the group behind him, you hear two words that you recognize. One is Telgar, and two is Oban. And there's some murmuring amongst the group with that. The paladin says, what do you want with Telgar? What concern of that do you have?
I'll also mention to the paladin that I heard them say something about Oban as well.
in Norse, my liege is curious about your business with Telgar. What brings you to our lands?
So you'll notice a couple of things. First, the woman isn't saying anything. I mean, she starts to, but the crippled guy next to her um, says something over again to the group behind him uh, before she finishes. Um, he then says something to her, and she will sort of motion with the and point with a finger at the paladin and say, "Are you the leader of this company? Oh, by the way, Raymond, roll a percentile for me, please."
Just a sec. Come on.
Okay. Tindo, do you have Norse?
I do not.
Okay. Yeah. So, Raymond, her dialect of Norse is accented, but she's not from the southern colonies.
Okay. So in general, would we consider the Norse to be friendly or hostile?
Well, lots of people speak Norse, so
True.
I mean it
Um,
But that's the language of the southern continent, right?
it is, yes.
okay.
Well, it's the language that the locals use. The northerners do not.
So everybody here claiming to be a local and does not speak Norse is lying.
Except that the language of the northerners has sort of taken over. So
That's right.
it's
Yeah, you
They're mudbloods.
want to know
So-
why none of us speak Irish? Because
You bloody
you
English.
killed all of us, Margaret.
I turned to the paladin and I she is asking if you are the person in charge. I have to believe there is something more going on here. They certainly are not coming off as friendly, but they may not be hostile either.
yeah. So he sort of frowns at that. It kind of looks at you, and he steps forward and yes, I am the leader of this encampment.
He's the leader of the club that's made for you and me.
West will put his head in his hand. Listen to behind the paladin can't see.
I don't think that actually needs any translation. So
All right. Everyone hears several crossbows unload.
I duck.
Not gonna lie, I saw that coming.
I did too.
I
That's why I
felt it.
asked
I
him
felt
before
it
he wanted
coming.
to reveal himself.
I was like, what good can come from telling them where the city is?
I just told them to the west. I mean,
You should have lied and told him to the east.
yeah, I probably should have, but
Okay. Yeah, he's a porcupine.
Holy
and
crap!
He falls over backwards, quite dead. You hear the reloading of crossbow bolts or of crossbows, And
Sudden light.
okay, you're
How
going
many-
to
how
cast the
many-
spell. Where are you sending it?
At the line of guys behind the old man.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll.
At him starting his cast, could I make a bow attack at the old man?
You would be shooting past the woman.
It's a regular
Yeah,
success.
I don't care about her.
Really? Okay.
In comparison to killing the guy who just ordered the paladin's death, yeah, I think her life is a little bit less. I think it's more important that the arrow goes through her and him than not go through him. That's
Okay.
Alexander's opinion.
Okay. Is that a success for you, Wes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Mhm.
What is the amount of power required for that spell?
Just one.
Okay. So it will get defeated as it hits something over there. There's apparently a cancel essence spell active. And you're going to take a shot at the crippled guy next to the woman. Is that correct, Alexander?
That was the intention, yes.
Is that still your intention? You're going to draw up and shoot?
Nah, he was thinking about it.
Okay. All right.
He'll put his bow down. You would have seen him try to, but he would have put it down.
Okay. So as you are raising up your bow to take aim and are thinking better of it, you realize that in the background there are several crossbows were then trained on you.
Yeah.
Wes,
Yep.
the short guy next to the woman says something. And she looks at you and says something in Norse, which Raymond, I believe, can translate, which is, do that again and there'll be more death. She
Do what?
looks very frightened.
Wait, who looks frightened?
The woman, she's
Okay.
barely keeping it together, by the way.
You mean step forward?
So you did not translate what she said, is that correct?
Oh yeah, yes. I would tell Wes because Wes is the only person standing next to me at this point.
Okay. Okay. And you then say what?
Yes. What do you mean? Step forward?
Yeah, clearly the old guy is confused about what you're saying. But
By the way, I would as the paladin went down, I probably would have gone down at least to my knees
okay.
to make sure he was dead. It sounds like I'm going to kill him again just to make sure he's dead, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
he's alive? Oh crap, stab him so Wes can get control.
The best healing cleric ever.
The one that
Kill
brings
him
more
so I
death.
can preserve him.
Bring out your dead. I'm
Have you
feeling
ever heard?
fine.
Have you ever heard of the law of conservation of hit points? You know, hit points can neither be created nor destroyed; they can just be transferred from one person to another.
I like that plan. That's a good plan.
That's why I slap Alexander so much. Um,
She then says, let me ask this, is anyone else doing anything like
I
raising
would have.
weapons or
Yeah, I would have had my shield ready, and my weapon would have been out, and I would have stood in front of Wes so he didn't become a pincushion since he doesn't have armor.
okay.
Wes
So
has armor.
Wes has armor?
Some.
To find some.
That's
very
like
little.
5 points.
He has cardboard armor.
Is
I
that
mean, it's
like
not like
a
paper stuff.
loincloth or something like that? Let's see.
A padded gambeson and Kiboli limbs.
Yeah. But you don't have like a shield or anything like that, right?
No,
Okay. Didn't want you to end up like the paladin.
neither
Okay,
does
so
Wes.
Tindo steps forward to sort of shield Wes.
And Wes is going to dive off to the side.
Dive off to the side.
Yeah, because he's expecting more crossbow bolts to come flying.
Okay. Okay. In the beginning of the following round, there are no more crossbow bolts that are coming. There is, however, some amusement in the group behind the woman and the old man with the torch. Right. So she says, Oban, where's Oban?
Oban.
This is still in Norse, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I will look over at West and Tindo. It's like, have you ever heard of a place called Oban?
Yes,
That's where she's asking about.
it's on the west coast south of here. Very far south.
Is there any reason for me not to tell her that?
I don't know. What do I
She
know
might
about
kill
Oban?
us. You know,
she's
Well, she's
her hands
not.
tied.
But the guys with the crossbows, once they're done with us,
So they've mentioned Telgar and Oban, right?
yep.
Yes.
So these are two port cities.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's the possibility that they're lost and trying to figure out where they are, but I mean, hell, that lost? Anyway, I don't think there's any reason to not tell them. So,
So all of you
Oban,
know.
okay.
Go
ahead.
Let me rephrase that.
Go ahead.
It's not that everybody knows, but certainly Tindo knows that Oban is sort of on the edge of civilized space. Further south gets more into the barbarian lands. There is some trade that goes through Oban to the south and out to islands to the west. But Oban is not part of the southern colonies. It is a city of.
It's like a DMZ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oban is far to the southwest.
I'll speak to Raymond and say, what business do they want with Oban?
Truth be told, I don't care because they could whip our ass. I'm perfectly happy telling them what they want and sending them on their way. We know that they have at least 3 magic users that, are more powerful than Wes is. And their head count is greater than ours.
Okay. So we say south on the west coast. All right.
Hey, Bruce?
Yeah.
Is Oban that pirate capital?
Yes. It'd be a fun place to go visit.
I agree.
Honestly, what scares me most is the fact that they want to know where Telgar is, but don't. Why the heck would they want to know backwater like Oban?
Well, it's not
why
really a
would they want to do
backwater. It's just on the
both?
frontier.
Okay. So all right. So the crippled guy says something to the woman and pushes her forward. He turns and walks back toward the group, and there's some sort of discussion going on. She kind of is hesitant. She looks over her shoulder back at them, and then takes a step toward you guys, and then another step, and then she starts running toward you guys.
Are they looking? Does it look like anybody's gonna
React to
kill
that?
her in terms of her running to us?
No, they seem to be ignoring her, although they're kind of in shadows back there. So
Okay, then I'll just go to meet her, but not in an aggressive way.
okay. Okay.
You did it before I could, which is fine.
So they start moving. The group on the road start moving south through the swamp.
Through the swamp. That's interesting. Do they look like they are, I mean, they're moving comfortably through the swamp, or this is just a choice? I'm phrasing that poorly, but
They also don't have any light, correct?
Correct. If you're asking, are they sinking into the swamp? The answer is no.
I'm asking. They seem like they're comfortable moving through the swamp. So
They don't appear to be having any challenges moving through the swamp.
okay. All right. Well, this is even more interesting. I will. Tindo's gone out to check on the girl. I will do the same since I can talk to her. I would suggest to the rest of the party that they make sure the rest of the people around us leave.
Yeah. So in fact, as you start, looking around, you can see that they're all sort of fading off into the swamp.
All right, this is good. This may not be good in the long run, but for the short run, it's good. So let's enjoy our small victories.
Small victory. We gotta take care of a dead paladin.
Yeah, I know. But,
Speaking of which, what do you want to do with this guy?
First of all,
Get a
don't let
squire.
Runt touch him. Come on, am I wrong?
I didn't steal anything from him when I had the chance.
No, it's not. That's true. You didn't.
Yeah, but it's not stealing now. He's dead.
And that's exactly why I said it.
Someone grab the plus
Yeah,
two.
the first thing we want to do is find a squire. Wes is right. The first thing we need to do is find a squire.
Yeah.
Who should be right there?
I mean,
He
the
is.
Squire just watched the whole
He'll be on
thing.
his knees, panicking.
Not so much. He is distraught that his
His
he's
path to
upset.
knighthood is dead.
Well, not that, but that his liege is dead. So yes, he will move up, and he'll get some of the others to help him move the knight back to his pavilion. Unless you guys are going to interfere in some way.
I don't see any reason to.
No, in fact, we'll help him. Or
I just kind
Westworld.
of look confused, like, why take him to the tent? He's dead.
Prepare his body.
Yeah. Apparently, they
Take his
treat
stuff
nobles differently than peasants.
Weird.
Who'd have thunk it?
Double standards.
Double
Okay. Okay, those guys are gone.
There sure are a lot of strange just groups that should not be here in the swamp, just wandering around in the swamp.
Here's the trick. This really is a swamp. This is a highway. It just looks like a swamp.
It's even got an underground river.
It's even got an underground
with
river.
barges.
So
and ramps.
And ramps. Yes.
How's the girl?
Okay.
Yeah, is she from around here?
Yes. Through Raymond, you will learn that she's from Minnock, and that she was captured 3 days ago and taken to what she describes as a giant boat, which, as she describes it, you're all incredulous. Like, there's nothing is that big. She describes it like the size of a village or something. And
as long as she doesn't say it flies through the air, we're good.
No.
Or fires lightning.
But the ship was attacked the other night and destroyed. And everybody, those people that you saw, escaped into the swamp from the boat.
Attacked how? From what?
There was a storm, lightning.
Oh. Raymond, remember that?
They actually, they were shooting back at something. She doesn't say shooting. How will she describe it? There was a battle of mages.
Was one of those mages in the sky?
Yes.
Flying carpet.
Just one. They were just something up there that they kept throwing things at, lightning and fire and other things.
All right. So since everybody else had their question, my question for her is, you saw the people who captured you, of course. Did they have any sort of tattoos on their arms?
Yes.
Could you describe them?
Okay. She describes all sorts of tattoos. Although, she will mention the flag. A lot of them had a black flag.
Okay. Did they have anything that looked sort of like, and I'll describe the tattoo that Runt showed us.
That doesn't ring a bell with her.
Okay.
But
That's okay. I was more afraid that she would say yes just to try to make me happy. So
no.
Okay.
So, did they have the flag tattoos up? You said.
Yes, she did say that.
Okay.
Some of them did.
Yeah, she'll mention that many of them that she saw had a tattoo like that, which she thought was kind of odd.
So Wes, officially you're in charge right now. You should probably make sure that the perimeter is done again, and the people that aren't actually on the perimeter get some sleep just in case we need them.
Yeah.
And then we should circle back and we should all talk.
I'll gather all the squires together
Okay.
and relay that this is what we need to do.
Okay.
Establish a new shift schedule if we need to. We need to increase the number of folks that are actually on shift at a time.
Okay. They all want to know who those guys were.
We don't know.
What the hell are they doing here? How come they didn't kill us all?
That's what I'm wondering myself.
Thank the gods for small blessings.
I'm not thinking math for this, man.
I said the gods, plural.
This isn't a good thing.
It may not be.
They
well,
are.
one less douchebag paladin doesn't really upset me, but
Yes,
Okay.
but another fairly powerful party wandering around.
Something that can use shock bolt multiple times at the point that it is high enough to immediately kill a skeleton without worrying about rolling the die. Yes, I am terrified. Yeah, whoever they are, could have wiped us out immediately, but didn't because they'd see us as not worth the time. I hope.
That could very easily be the case.
Plot armor.
Or that I didn't want to say that.
Okay, so yes, they establish a watch. Everybody's pretty nervous.
And they should be.
Okay. The evening's gonna go by unless you want to do something.
All right, so
Well, we do want to prepare the paladin's body.
I actually I wanted to look at the bolts that they shot him with, if there's anything distinguishable about them.
Okay. Make a roll.
Okay. Sorry, my screen just went out. A 48.
You're kind of uncertain. It's a crossbow bolt.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I was just looking to see if there's anything unique about this that could define where it came from, or.
Yeah, as long as they're like not made out of plastic and like some other sort of high tech tip. They've got like modern day broadhead arrows. Things like that. It's fine.
Stamped on the side, made in Minnock. Yeah.
Or maybe actually little stone balls instead of an actual bolt.
Ooh. No.
So,
Get the woman some food and a place to sleep.
Absolutely.
Okay.
What do you think?
I have no idea.
Why? Why do we have to be the center of all of this bullshit?
Because we're destined for greatness.
Also, it'd be pretty boring if this kind of stuff didn't happen, wouldn't you say?
Wow, look at Alvis.
Well, we wouldn't want your
Now we
life
know
to be
why you
boring.
spoke to the demon.
No, of course not.
All of the heroes in the stories with great destinies die horrible deaths. That's
Yeah,
all
that-
that awaits.
Either that or, they live long enough to, like, just become regular people.
They're
You know
never
what they say:
regular
either you
people.
die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. So
Oh, interesting. All right. So the evening will then pass into
Yep.
morning. Okay.
how long's it been since that? This was the night that the paladins left, correct?
Yes, it is.
Correct. They've been
And
gone a full day
they've
and night.
got a full
at
day
this
now.
point. Yep.
Which and we are roughly a day north of the temple.
Yes.
Okay, so in theory,
They're cleaning up.
they should be attacking the temple this morning, and right about the time they're done, all the people that left us should hit them in the rear. Well, anyway,
No, they went southwest, not
They
just
went the
south.
wrong direction.
okay.
Yeah.
So our group might be back as early as this evening, but probably tomorrow.
If
Hopefully
ever.
tomorrow, if ever. Right.
Yeah, we'll be here on day 4 questioning that.
So obviously we've got plenty of people here to go and police the area. I'll do last rites for the undead to purify them, and whatever you do for undead.
Okay.
The undead Lysol, whatever it is.
Okay.
Anything we can do to improve the perimeter, we should get somebody doing it. Obviously we're not digging foxholes in the swamp, but
Yeah.
we can.
But wooden
Wooden
palisades
palisades would not be hard, and
yeah.
we've got people who are going to be bored if we don't give them something.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Trying to palisade the entire camp is probably a bit much, but you could do choke points.
Yeah.
From the road and stuff.
I'm honestly more looking at it as giving people something to do.
Okay.
So that all the men at arms don't dwell on the fact that the paladin's dead.
Okay.
I would like to look for the tracks that party left.
Okay. Go ahead.
Awesome.
So you're gonna go off into the swamp.
Well,
What direction?
The same direction that they went.
Okay, there's 3 groups, one to the northeast, one to the southeast, and one to the southwest.
Oh yeah, okay.
Wasn't the man with the woman on the road to the east?
There was. Yes.
I think that's what he was talking about. Because that's the group that we saw physically and interacted with. So he would know at least where they crossed the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to be clear. There were 3 groups. And okay, so you want the one on the northeast. Okay.
Never mind. Doesn't
So-
go well, and I give up early, and I go back. Never mind.
Right.
I don't even tell anybody I was doing it.
Okay.
Wasn't worth it.
Except we all watch you walk out of the camp.
That's true.
Hey Wes.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a really hard job for today. Okay.
Oh, what's that?
You should keep talking to the girl.
She's a middle-aged woman. She's not a girl.
Still.
and I
You
don't
never know when
know-
something might come up in a conversation that she doesn't think is important.
But she doesn't speak our language.
I'll
If anybody's
We
talked to
all-
her, you do,
we
because
all
you
have
know
a
Norse.
we all have a common language, my friend. That's fine. You're actually right. So I can do that. Over the course of the day, we'll talk.
And I'll
occasionally.
keep the squires busy.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to spend the whole day with her or anything, but
We need to
Okay.
build a watchtower.
What?
A short watchtower, 12 feet tall.
Okay.
If we need to keep boys busy, we can do that.
That's true. That's very true. Raymond, go ahead and roll a percentile. Okay, and
I don't know what you're rolling against.
you're talking to the woman trying to elicit additional information. And how many? So you said you're not going to like spend all day doing this, but give me some idea of what kind of time you're going to spend with her to sort of.
Let's say 2 hours over the course of the day.
Okay, so roll again.
Okay. There you go.
Oh, that's what you said.
Okay. So you'll find out that she was not actually captured in Minnock. There are farms and such outside Minnock. And
Right.
she was taken from one of the farms along the coast. There were some others that were also captured. When the ship was destroyed, a lot of the company went south, or well, let me rephrase this. The group that she was in landed east of the swamp. And the first thing they encountered was a large group of men-at-arms from Minnock that were camped just on the east side of the swamp. And there was a big fight there. Well, she describes it as a massacre. The people from Minnock were decimated, mostly due to the magics that were employed.
Right, because the group that you were just with has several powerful spellcasters. I mean, we saw at least 3. Are there more?
I know of only 3.
Okay.
One of them doesn't talk at all. The other one, the short one, well, he seems to be the more powerful of the 3.
Would he be the one that was in charge?
No, I don't think so. There was, someone else. I couldn't understand their language, except that he made me understand him.
That's interesting, because then that implies that if he could make you understand him, but he through magic or through violence.
He
Go
got
ahead.
in my mind.
Okay. But he chose or could not do that with any of us, which is interesting. But then if he was linked
to time.
Okay. So what are they planning on doing?
I don't know.
I mean, they asked where Telgar was. They asked where.
I do know that they wanted to avoid Telgar, and that they were going to Oban. Oh, they were running from something.
Oh,
Something
that's
that was trying to destroy them.
something. You know any more detail than that?
No. I know that they were fleeing from something.
Something
that he was afraid of.
Something more than the people that attacked you and destroyed the ship. First of all, thank you. You've been very helpful. This is a lot of information to digest. And I should leave you be. So thank you again. If you need anything, just let one of us know and we'll take care of it. But for the moment, you're safe. Sorry.
Do I have to go back to Minok? Can I go to Telgar? Please?
We're not we are not going to Minok, as far as I know.
But we're also not going to Telgar.
So
I didn't tell her that.
She smiles at you, kind of. I can be very nice to you.
Oh, I think we need to take her to the church.
Yeah, Tindo got it.
I'm glad Wes isn't having this conversation now.
Is Wes a man whore?
I
Just a little bit.
I appreciate the offer. It is not necessary, and I will reach up and put my hand over my holy symbol.
Aw.
It is a kindness I would show to anyone.
She seems very puzzled by that.
I'm trying to be polite. You said she was a middle-aged woman.
Your gesture towards a religious proclivity has puzzled and confused her.
I'm not sure how much of a vow of celibacy I had to take. So, in any case, like you are safe here for the moment.
You can tell that she is, while you say it, she's
and I can't blame her for that.
Of that at all.
No one in the camp should harm you.
Sure.
And we will take steps to make sure that is true.
Let's make sure to keep run away from her.
I was thinking that about Wes.
I anticipate that we will only be here for another day or so. And then we will leave the swamp. And as I said, we're not going to Minok. So from that you should be safe.
Okay. And get you as far as Mos Eisley.
Great. Okay. She seems somewhat satisfied by that. At least she's not going back to.
That's good, because that's all I'm comfortable giving her at this point. Excuse me. And yeah, I will relay this to the rest of the party, who just heard it. So.
Okay.
She does what now?
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Okay.
Well, that sheds some light on the body that we buried.
Yes, I think so.
So that means that the crazy lightning storm that we saw in the sky killing those people was the precursor to that.
Yes, presumably.
So the
They
lightning
seem
storm,
related.
was that the crazy bastard that we dealt with over in Homeland? Or is it a different,
we don't
super
know.
powerful flying magic wielding thing that's
That I
bent on
can't.
just destroying the world?
That I can't tell you.
Cool.
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna assume there's two of them, and that's not great.
Yes, I would agree with all of those statements.
My guess is there's more than two.
That doesn't. What? Why?
I don't think that
Why-
made it feel any better. Thank you. If Wes is near enough, I'm going to reach over and slap him in the back of the head after that. You're not helping.
I'm not here to help.
I've noticed.
So one of the things I was thinking about the poor paladin is once that group left, I could have probably preserved his body. So if someone came back, that we could arrest him.
It's
Oh,
not too
wait.
late. It's not too late to do that.
Then
that's
yeah,
your wish.
I'll put some life preserve on him. I mean,
Okay.
I imagine this is probably some childhood friend of Wes's.
No, I don't know this guy.
Oh well,
Kick
we'll
him while
keep
he's
him
down.
alive as
He was
long
a
as this,
douche.
as long as the spell lasts.
Actually, that's my own perceptions. Maybe he wasn't. Rip him.
Okay. How long can you make it last? The life preservation.
I'm muted. Sorry, I was looking on the.
I think it's hours.
Yeah, I got to look it up because I think. Excuse me, this is cut off. Because I have preservation, life keeping, heal life. I'll figure it out and let you know.
Okay.
So after the paladin got pincushioned, and they said if you do that again, there'll be more killing. I was waiting for him to say who's in charge, and I was about to say no one. We're an anarchist commune.
You're supposed to say you are.
Yeah, I'll shoot him.
I am.
No, you point at the corpse and say, "Even in death, he guides us."
That's great. That was such. Oh.
That would have been good. Yeah. Okay. So the evening's gonna go by.
I believe so, yeah.
Apparently.
Okay, morning comes.
Everyone rejoices. Yay.
Nobody's dead. Much.
And those who are might not recover. Okay.
Well, they were dead before.
I'm not dead yet.
That's right. I'm not dead yet. I'm feeling better. Okay. So the morning comes and goes. Afternoon comes and goes.
Continue to beef up fortifications.
People are hard at work beefing up fortifications.
Digging latrines.
And
We need
after the
another
fight,
watchtower.
and after the fight last night, it should not actually be that hard to convince people to work hard beefing up fortifications.
Oh, that's probably true. Of course. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay. Evening approaches. By the way, nobody's going out into the swamp. Just with a few exceptions, perhaps.
I imagine that nobody's going out into the swamp farther than like 20 feet to go get. There's a good tree for the palisade. Go get it.
Yeah.
Go get it. We'll cover you.
Those frogs. No, they got a long tongue. Right.
And I said that we make sure that all the skeletons are disposed of appropriately.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Ooh,
Right.
powdered skeleton bones. Would that be an interesting component?
It would be interesting.
I know nothing about this.
Too bad I don't mean that way.
It could indeed be an interesting. Anyway, so yeah, evening's approaching.
Still no sign of anybody?
That is correct.
I don't expect to see anybody until tomorrow. Did we see anything from the south?
No.
Green light?
No.
Hey, Bruce,
Yes.
are there any trees in the area, like really tall ones?
Sure.
Taller than the rest.
Yeah.
Can I climb up one and kind
Make
of
a
watch
climb
the
roll.
area?
Oh no, that's where the giant frogs stay during the day.
No, it's not.
Giant
Well, if I climb
carnivorous
up there and
tree
I find,
frogs.
yeah, it's a tree frog. If I find one
With
well,
razor sharp teeth.
And
it's a good
poisonous.
climb roll.
Saliva.
Make another one.
Okay, cool.
You wanted a tall tree, right? So that's
I
a
did
couple
want a
rolls.
tall tree.
Ooh,
Oh, look at you.
there you
All right,
go.
you scramble up there,
I cannot believe I'm
avoiding
wasting this on climbing.
the
Make your check marks.
chameleon carnivorous
sure.
frogs. And you're up there.
That's right. So I get a check mark in Norse?
You do, yes.
Yay,
Awesome. I
buddy.
would like to keep watch over the area with my bow ready.
Okay.
Awesome. Yes.
All right.
Oh, I'm going to make it a point to hold a service in the evening, by the way.
Oh, okay.
A little bit of morale boost probably would not hurt at this point. So.
And clearly a service is just the thing.
Well, if you're fighting undead, having a strong faith would seem to be the right thing to have, right?
Yes.
And remember, I'm a priest. When all you have is a hammer, everything is a nail.
That's right. That is exactly right. Tindo, on your life preservation, do you know how long you would like to make that last?
I don't know if he's going to make it. It's a level an hour. So
Okay.
I don't know how much power that'd have to do to keep him alive for a night, or at least preserve for a night.
That's a lot of power, yes.
Yeah, that's probably more than you have.
That's 12 hours. That's 12 levels. That's 3 points of power.
So 3 points of power to keep him alive for 12 hours.
Well, for
6
15
points of
hours.
power for 15 hours?
Yeah. Because 5 levels is 1 magic point.
I'll do that. I don't know what else to do, but yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, the evening's going to go by uneventfully. The paladin does not wake up in the middle of the night.
Which we're thankful.
Although that would have been awesome to have an armored zombie walking around camp. That would have been fun.
What, Runt hasn't stripped his armor off yet?
At that point, if he dies, I mean, if that happened, right, and he became an undead, and he became a zombie, and we kill him, does he then become lootable? Because now he's completely unsavable, and this stuff is tainted. So it's like,
Right of the kill.
That's awesome.
You know, if
this,
I
isn't
said
this is an Aiden thought, not an Alexander thought.
that, you would go out of your way to become a necromancer.
So I could just kill our teammates and loot them? No.
No, so that everybody that we found that you really shouldn't loot, you make them undead, and then you could
so
loot them.
I can have them. Okay.
Do they have detect evil as a spell?
I'm
Yes.
trying to make one. If it doesn't exist.
Not only do they have it, I believe I have it.
Yeah, I remember discussions about the fact
Yes,
that
I
evil has to
actually
be an intention.
I have detect evil.
I think you'd be better off with detect morally flexible or morally ambiguous.
Yeah.
Neutral practical.
I think Runt doesn't feel about it, so it'd be kind of hard to know.
Can we do healing from after the battle?
Yes.
Ooh.
Well, I had rolled earlier. If y'all didn't see that, that was for the 3 people that took the most damage.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
So Alexander only got 1 heal,
that
and
was way earlier. I remember that.
yeah,
Yep.
but
You can also do first aid.
okay.
I mean, do we just heal by like sleeping and resting?
You can, but it's the heal rate over a week.
That's a lot, like, of time to heal anything.
Yes.
It's per area. So if you have a heal rate
So, I
of
mean,
3,
how many
it's-
people are hurt right now?
I had 3 points.
I'm
took-
down 2,
One.
Okay.
I am also down.
but I mean,
But
I can heal myself. I'm not that worried about it.
you should also save your magic stuff for
That's
this.
for run. Holy shit. I think I got you.
I think crit on a first aid is 2d6 or 2d3.
A D3 plus 3.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
D3 plus 3.
A special is
3 plus
2D3.
I mean, I
Okay,
had
there we
one.
go.
So, plenty
So
good.
divide that. So 3 plus 3, so 6.
Awesome. Yes, our cleric of Danket seems to be very skilled at healing.
Who else is
Are
hurt?
other
Go for it.
are people from like the group, like the men at arms and everything, hurt as well?
Yes.
And,
I have
you know, make
I have
sure
a-
you. Oh, go ahead. Go.
I have a little bit of first aid, so I can help Tindo with trying to dress the wounds of all the other people.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. So make an effort to heal up the rest of the group.
I have a little
You'll-
bit of first aid, so I can help as well.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good.
Rufus did not
So does
get
Wes.
my tender loving care.
Rufus?
That was the name of some other random soul that we were trying to save.
Not that Rufus.
Another Rufus, I see.
Whoa. Whoa. Who are you, Doctor? It looked like a piece of wood.
He's using his hammer. Here, let me fix that for you.
Whack.
Well, if you're a carpenter, everything's a nail.
Is that kind of a credit for his carpentry?
Yeah.
I believe that was a first aid roll.
It was a first aid roll,
Well, that's a crit for first aid.
which
Yes, it
means I
is.
get a second check mark for first aid.
Wow.
I don't remember when I got the first, but apparently I did.
Combat medic.
So it's a D3 plus 3.
Yep.
Yes.
Anybody else hurt?
Yay.
In the party, I don't know. Anybody?
I would
Well,
have
now
1 point down.
I am not hurt anymore.
Okay.
1 point
Wait,
down.
you can't roll first aid
Yeah.
on yourself.
Well, then I guess someone else is not hurt right now, but I am
Wes is
hurt
not
right
hurt
now.
right now. Okay, let's see
There
if I
we
can
go.
do something
All right.
for you.
Well, if you can't roll first aid on yourself, then Tinda should probably roll for me as well.
Okay.
We can roll
And
first aid
then-
on each other.
Yeah.
You can. Yes.
So divide that by 2, so 2 points of healing.
Luckily, that was just enough.
And who else?
So I do as well.
I failed on you, so I'll just
Uh-oh.
heal you. I'll heal you normal.
I got it. I got it.
I can do that.
I don't got it. I
Wait,
was on
what are
a
you
win
doing?
streak.
You're hurting him. Stop.
Little pain never hurt.
That's right. It's good for you. Builds character.
A little pain never hurt.
I hate that statement. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Curiously, that evening, you can hear frogs out in the swamp.
Which
None
we
of
did
them-
not previously, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. You will even see frogs moving around out there. Their eyes will glow or reflect the torchlight from the camp. But they
Crossbow.
do not approach the camp.
Well, thank the gods for small favors.
All right. Thanks, gods, for nothing.
Fire the FPL.
Okay, evening's going to go by uneventfully, unless someone wants to do something eventful. In the morning, you can tell that the camp is getting somewhat concerned
A little antsy.
about you'll notice that there's a considerable interest in what's not coming up from the south.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are they here yet? No. Are they here? No.
Did we see a green glow at night?
No.
But we did that first night.
Yes, you did.
But we're not anymore.
Correct.
That's kind of a good sign. At least Wes is interpreting it as a good sign.
Forever the optimist. I love it.
I could see that as a good sign.
Alternatively, it could mean that with the additional corpses of the paladins and the knights, the ritual being enacted by the cauldron is complete, so it doesn't need to glow anymore.
That could be an option.
Alexander's gonna start to panic.
Yeah.
We have an optimist and we have a pessimist. It's perfect. We're balanced.
Yes, the lack of a glow is even worse than the glow itself. I love it.
Wes is thinking, though, if they don't show up back today, that we should investigate tomorrow.
I would agree with that, but let's not tell anybody that.
We're just gonna leave them?
No, but I'm saying today we go around and we say it's okay.
Oh, okay. I see what
Sir
you're saying.
Sir Michael might have decided to be cautious and taken a little extra time to get down there. The battle may have taken longer than he anticipated, and he couldn't make it back before nightfall and didn't want to travel at night. There's several reasons why.
Exactly.
It's too early to panic. I mean, we're dealing with men at arms who are lower level than we are, and Lord knows that's hard.
Wait, the men at arms are
Wait,
lower level
dealing
than
with
us?
them or being lower level than you?
The idea that someone could be lower level than we are is a hard concept. But
Yes. I thought they were higher.
I also have the impression they were higher.
they may well be. But I imagine that some of them are easily frightened, and so I don't want to start a general panic in the camp. So
At least the younger ones. Are there any younger ones?
the squires,
Yeah, you pansies.
so the line today is, we don't know why they were delayed. There's no reason why they shouldn't be coming back sometime in the next day, and let it go at that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
And get them building more fortifications, but so keep them busy.
keep them busy.
By the time we get there, by the time this is over, we'll have a whole castle keep here.
We'll have a moat house. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. That evening, what are we doing? Nothing out of the
Divine intervention.
What?
Where is Sir Michael?
I would like to go further out than I did in the past time I was out in the trees, to hopefully see Sir Michael returning.
Are you going to take the road to the south? Or are you
Yes.
going out into the swamp?
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I can't really go into the swamp.
Sure you can.
I'll go down the road slightly, and then because they'll be returning down the road, so I just want to be able to get there or see them before I
Okay.
get to the camp. But I don't want to get too far away that I'm not within like earshot of the camp.
Okay. So you start walking out of the camp. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, Wes, one of the men-at-arms is going to inform you that someone has left the camp.
Did I see him leave?
Okay, roll. No, but
Oh, in that case, we'll go investigate what's going on.
okay. So they'll point him out. Tindo, what were you rolling for?
Meditation. So I had my previous one was for the meditation, and then I wanted to see how much I would get back from the meditation.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right. So yes, you see Alexander walking away from the camp all by himself into the swamp.
Run up to him. Find out what he's doing.
Okay.
He should take somebody with him.
Oh, what do you want me to take? Who
can
climb?
One of the men-at-arms.
I can climb.
Or maybe one of the squires, or one of the party members. Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Take a squire. Take a red shirt with you.
Take a red.
Actually, yes.
Give me a squire that can climb.
I think Alvis volunteered to go with you.
Yeah, Alvis did volunteer, so if he wants to go, I'm
Yeah, climbing is not a knightly skill.
So Alvis is your squire. I like it.
All right, red shirt, come on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. The two of you head out away from the camp. How far are you going to go? Give me hundreds of feet.
Well, how far could I go and still be within earshot of the camp? Is that like a survival skill?
No, it's a listen roll, but generally speaking, how far can you hear someone scream in a swamp? Anyone have any metrics on that? I don't necessarily.
I don't. I'll go. Let's say just 300 feet down the path.
Okay. So that will put you out of the line of sight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 300 feet. Okay. So you're out 300 feet. And what are we doing out here?
Finding tree to climb to.
Okay, make
to the
a
area.
scan roll.
Okay.
I'll
That would
join
be
in
both of
since I'm
you.
there.
Yep.
It is much better than mine.
Okay. You're not seeing anything on the road there?
Go a little bit farther then.
Okay, you're another 100 feet.
Yeah.
So you're now 400 feet away from the camp.
Mm.
Okay, both of you make
that's
listen
pretty good.
rolls.
Okay.
Listen, what is my listen? Ah,
That's a successful listen roll.
Okay. You'll hear a splash off to your west. Having heard the splash, you may now make a scan roll.
How many bites to the center of a Alvis from a toad?
Okay. Does 34 make a scan for you, Alexander?
Yes, it's.
Okay,
I
you
rolled
see
65.
a wake coming toward the two of you from the west.
Which is really weird because most of the time you have wakes after they're dead. Don't forget
This is the pre-wake.
it.
what's a wake?
A ripple in the water, and in this case, it's moving toward you.
Ah,
Retreat. Backwards. Just go back the way we came.
Okay, how far?
Well, I started with 300, so why don't we just go back to where 200 feet was?
Okay, so moving back a good distance from where the wake was coming, both of you will see a frog of unusual size come out of the water right where you guys were, and it kind of plops around on the road. It's obviously looking around, and then it leaps off the road back into the water, and you hear a splash. This frog was roughly the size of a BW beetle.
Holy crap!
man-eating frogs you wanted.
I'm sorry,
Did
which one
wanna
of you
see
had the
one.
red shirt?
Yeah, Trip. No, that's awful.
Okay, so you're back closer to the camp at this point. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm still looking for a tree to climb.
Okay, make scan roll. Oh,
Not good.
all right. There's one not too far off the main road here that you're on. You could wade out there and try to climb up it.
Wade. Oof. I want to check the water around.
Okay.
Well, let me check. When you say wade, how deep is it?
Well, there's water between you and it, so you don't know how deep it is because you're not out there yet.
Okay. I'll start to.
Okay. You move
Yes, I'm
out.
following.
Okay. Okay. Both of you make scan rolls.
This is a stupid idea.
It's a very stupid idea.
At least mine's successful. Mine is also successful.
Okay. So you will both see ripples in the water moving toward you. These aren't as big as the frog that you saw earlier, but nonetheless, something is coming. A couple of things seem to be coming,
Oh, a
moving
couple of
toward you.
things.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple things is the not okay part. If it was one, then I'd say we could just get to the tree and climb it. But
Two
alright,
very big
do the same
claws.
thing. Do the same thing we did last time. Just back out of it and then
Okay.
retreat more.
Okay. So you withdraw to the safety of the road, and as you leave the water, the ripples will stop moving.
Freaky.
You can both make scan rolls. So, Alvis, you think you see a snake in the water at one of the ripples.
I don't want to see if it's poisonous, because that's usually bad if it is. Why don't we go and try and find a tree that's like accessible without getting off the road?
That's what I was trying to do originally, but
Well, I
I guess there
heard
weren't any.
something a little different, which was I'm looking for a tall tree that I can get up in and kind of scan around. So
Okay,
if
yeah.
you,
I did not adjust that statement. You are correct. I
so if you
apologize.
want something closer to the road, sure, you can do that. It may or may not be the height that you want, but you can certainly find trees that are closer to the road.
Well, it is the obscurity that counts as well. So just being in the trees, one of my purposes. So yeah, I think it's a good idea, Elvis. Let's
Okay.
look for a tree closer.
All right.
Okay. And
You
quick
will-
question.
Uh-huh.
You can't get more than 3 check marks in skill, right?
If you crit it again, you dog.
Holy
Is that actually a crit? Is that actually a crit for you? A 4?
Actually,
No,
let me check.
Yeah, I think you have to have an 80, right?
Probably a special.
That's the wrong thing. This is the right thing. That's fumbles.
What's the skill level?
Wait a second. So I rolled a 4. Oh,
Oh, okay. Haha.
I'm 1 off.
Yeah, I thought so. No check for you.
Okay.
That was my soup Nazi accent. If you didn't catch it.
Both of the ones that I rolled. Wait, no. I had a 1 earlier for
Right. Yeah,
scan.
that's pretty obvious. So, all right, okay. So, you think better of the idea about going out into the deep swampy areas here. Maybe there's something closer to the road, which you can easily find. Make a climb roll, please.
Okay.
That still might make it.
No, probably not.
It doesn't.
Mine has also not made it.
Okay.
Mine is fine by 4.
You will find that the trees have a certain degree of difficulty in climbing them, at least a minus 10%, if not greater,
Oh.
because swamp.
Yeah.
Well, that just put me from being 5 off to 15 off.
All right. Well, we gotta keep trying to climb.
Okay, make another roll.
There we go.
Okay. Somebody's found
If I didn't have that minus 10, I would get it.
Okay, so Alexander makes his way up into the tree. He's kind of looking around.
Can I help him up?
Yeah, you could reach down. Sure.
I don't have to
Make
roll
another
for
roll.
that, do I?
No, make another roll, Elvis.
Uh.
There you go. Look at that. It helped.
Wow.
Okay.
Is that a crit for climbing?
Let me check.
If it's high enough, it might just be, but I don't know.
Yep. Wait, what did I get? 3? Yeah, that's a crit for climbing.
Is this your first check mark for climb?
Yep.
Aw.
Yeah. Sad.
Okay, you're both up in the tree looking around. You can see the camp to your north-ish. But yeah, not much else. Swamp.
So
We're
what
just
do you
gonna wait
want
and
to do?
watch.
How long are we gonna wait?
To be determined. We will reassess in a couple hours.
Hanging out in the tree for a couple hours. Okay.
If I knew we were gonna be out here for hours, I would have brought something to do.
What were you gonna
Crochet?
bring? I forgot the name of it.
The hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Bring your hurdy-gurdy up here?
I haven't even brought that on this adventure. My dad says I'm not allowed to bring it outside unless I have his permission.
Okay. I see
And
how it
then
is.
supervision.
Yeah.
You might recall that he supervised.
And for
Alright,
that,
here,
the
I'll
rest
play
of the
him.
camp thanks you.
I'll play him a little tune on my pan flute, right? It's got 25%.
There you go. Good.
I mean, I
There
can.
we go. As I
Right.
tweak through the pan flute.
The giant frogs at the base of the tree have moved away from the noise.
Should have done that instead of retreating.
Yeah, we could've. Yeah, but then scarier stuff might have come to us, so we don't know.
Oh, let me check.
Oh.
Thank you for that.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean for this encounter. I meant if we did it.
Okay, the noise that you're making does not attract anything worse.
That's awesome. Great. Wonderful. I will stop
Well,
making noise now. That's my torture.
I still do have I can sing
Go ahead,
decently too.
Are you going to make a sing roll?
You gonna sing to me?
Yeah, to show you my musical talent.
Here we go. I'm waiting. All right.
No. My sing's good, but not that good.
Okay, the frogs remain unimpressed by the musical talents. However,
At least I was closer to succeeding.
all right, nothing else of interest moves closer. Okay, we're hanging out in the trees. A couple hours will go by. It's starting to get uncomfortable up here, and the paladins have not made an appearance.
All right. After that, I will be like, yeah, Alvis, let's get out of here. If they're not back at this point, might as well just wait.
Wait
I
until
was being
morning to
hopeful up here.
go and get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Heading back.
So we'll go ahead and leave.
Okay, you return to camp. If anyone wants to make a listen roll at camp, you're welcome to do so and determine that the two had gone to the south were attempting to amuse themselves with various forms of entertainment. You may count yourself lucky if you fail the listen roll. Otherwise, you will have to endure the attempts toward musical excellence on the part of the two adventurers.
My lord, what are they doing out there?
Okay.
Clearly, they're trying to lure the undead to them and away from the camp.
Yeah.
Oh, very smart.
I'm sacrificing myself again.
That's awesome. Okay. Yes, evening comes. Everyone at camp So that would be not Elvis or Alexander. Can make a roll for me, please. Okay.
Sweet. Raymond, you dog.
Even sweeter.
All right. You will all probably observe that the woman from Minos, or Minnock, I'm sorry, Minnock, is going around camp trying to be helpful, and I mean, she's having a hard time communicating with people, but it's clear that she's trying to make herself useful to anyone who would allow her to be useful to them. So, things like washing clothes or, helping with anything really.
This is good. When I'm not doing something else, I'll try to help translate.
Okay.
So I'm going to make sure that I get a good night's sleep tonight, since I want to be fully charged for tomorrow.
Okay.
We're gonna leave the men at arms captain in charge of the camp, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm thinking we'll take a number of squires with us. I don't think we need to take them all.
Wait,
I
wait,
think we should take them all.
We're going out there?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Hey, run. We have red shirts, okay? We're fine.
Well, okay.
We're bringing at least 5 squires, one for each of us, okay?
Right, but what about the dead guy?
No, let's
Does
not
he have a
take him.
magic sword?
let's leave him here.
Well, okay, but
No, but what Tindo's saying is if we leave, Tindo can't keep preserving him.
that is what I am saying. If we leave, he's really dead, and not
Really,
just
really dead.
pretending to be dead. I don't really know how that works.
Well, I can let Tindo use my wand, and he can cast his preservation spell with 5 magic points. That's 25 hours.
And it'll take us 2 days to get there and back at the least.
Is there anybody from the...
Is it that long?
Yeah, because it's 1 day to get there, 1 day to get back, and that's assuming that we spend no time there.
Is there nobody from the church? I mean, is there none of the medical staff around to take over for this poor? I mean, he can pay the bill.
My impression is that we were the church staff.
Yes.
It seems it. We're the only ones left. Jeez, worst ever.
So it's 2 days there, 2 days there and 2 days back. I'm off my accounting somewhere.
1 day there, 1 day back.
Okay.
And if we leave, and all of these people are lower level than us, they're dying in the night.
That's why we had them build a castle for themselves.
Okay, so can I first aid to remove the arrows and then try to heal him up?
No, he's technically dead, which means he's not going to heal. He needs a life-giving or something like that. His heart has stopped. You're not going to heal his wounds. You cannot heal the wounds of a
Corpse.
inanimate. Yeah.
basically you're preventing the soul from leaving the body.
Correct.
Well, we could leave Tindo here.
Freaking nobles. Okay, so
I'm just
Could
saying,
I-
the guy was kind of a jerk, and if I was dead, I doubt you'd go through this much effort. So, and I think you like me more than him.
Ergo.
okay, we were expecting a group to come to the town by now, right?
Oh yeah, that's why they're talking about going to into the shit.
Okay, so I'll cast a spell to give him another day, but then now he's in God's hands, and I'll leave that as a sign.
Okay. So, and where are you getting the power to do that?
I can use.
Wes's wand.
Yeah, I can let him use the wand.
Okay.
Oh wait, to be clear, you're doing that in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Have I? The wand is an essence device. It's not a channeling device. I'm not sure that Tindo can draw energy from it.
It has 10 points of magic point storage.
Yes, but it's an essence device.
Are
Just like
essence magic points different than channeling magic points?
it's not about the points themselves. It's the device that they're in. It's
Okay.
I need a
it's
holy symbol that holds magic points.
right.
Okay, then
Yeah, I didn't think about that before, but in retrospect, I'm pretty sure that now there may be devices that
Maybe the paladin has one.
okay.
I can check the body. Okay, I'll check the body to see if he has something that I can use to preserve
Why
his
don't,
life.
before you do that, ask the squire.
Hey, Squire Bob, do
Okay.
you know if
No. No. He doesn't have anything like that.
Okay, then I will. If I spend 3 points, that gives him 15 hours.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give him 15 hours. Hopefully, that will give him enough time.
If we run into them coming back,
It
then
will.
It will.
But otherwise it won't.
Yeah. But it's the best you can do. I'm not arguing with that.
Okay. We can prepare because there could be more lives at stake than Sir whoever here.
Okay. So we are gonna. This is now the third day, isn't it?
This is the morning of the third day.
I like
Okay.
how nobody's
Third day
better.
from when?
When they left.
Yeah.
I have the paladins taking off on day 4 of week 1 of Tar, the 7th month.
Okay.
I show us currently finishing up day 8, getting ready to go into day 9. That's 5 days.
At the camp here.
Yeah.
So
I think you're off.
Day 4, the paladins take off. Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry. That's the wrong takeoff.
Yeah, I think we've been in camp only 3 days.
Okay, yep. Day 5 is when I report to Sir Michael about the tattoos, and that's when they leave to go south.
Okay.
And we were just
All right.
talking about finishing up day 8, which is the third day.
Yes. Okay. So the morning of that day, we're going to head south to look for the paladins. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
But why?
Is anyone going to answer that question?
Because we need to know what's going on. We're not going to stay out here. How much supplies do we have?
Um,
Because we need to head back to Hamlet.
Yeah, there was probably an estimation of some extra days, but you're probably running up against that number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah, I think Sir Michael's intention was to go down, get the cauldron, and come back. That should have been 2 days, right?
Right.
So we're a day long at this point, right?
Yep.
Okay.
As we're walking along, I'm going to reiterate. All right, so guys, we are heading to the place that we believe killed Sir Michael and all of his knights, as if we have a hope of doing anything about the situation that killed all of them.
We can gather
No.
information to take back with us.
We're
I
gonna
mean,
we're gonna go. We're gonna gather information. We're gonna run like hell.
I don't know if there's anybody to get the information to anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. Who do we take it to?
Sir
Rufus
Michael,
is gone.
Wes's
Sir
cousin.
Michael
Vern.
is dead.
Rufus.
Rufus is gone.
I mean, we could.
The druid.
Yeah, we got my
Actually,
druid.
yeah, the druid.
We've got Wes's cousin, the literal whatever of whatever, and yeah, that's enough. I'd say that's
So
enough.
we take it back to them, and they're going to be like, "All right, cool. I'll just mobilize Sir Mike. Oh wait. Oh, you know what? I'll send word to the military in Hamlet. Send a letter to. Oh wait. Like, what are we doing?
There's still Lord Kirk.
Oh no!
Lord Kirk.
No! Don't kill him! I'm not a ranger yet. That's not fair. Oh.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. One last thing. No. How long are we gonna have the men in arms stay here before they go back to Hamlet?
Same
Tonight, if we're
timing
not
that we're
there.
leaving for Sir Michael. So 3 days.
Okay, that's fine. We should tell them something.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're not back in 3 days, go
Pack up and go home.
Go back to Hamlet and
Okay.
and make sure Lady Tamara knows what's happened.
Okay.
That Wes is dead.
Yes. I'm sure there will
My
be.
sweet Wesley.
I'm sure there will be months of grieving.
Okay. So as you guys are packing up, getting ready to go, it's clear that you're going somewhere. The woman from Minnock is going to approach Raymond, say, "What's going on? Where are you guys going? Aren't you taking me to Telgar?"
We had some people who left before you arrived. We want to go and figure out what's happened to them because they should be back by now. We should be back 2 to 3 days, and then we're all going to leave to the west.
Well, who somebody went somewhere? Who?
We sent some warriors out to do some reconnaissance, and we just want to find out what happened to them.
Make a percentile roll for me, Raymond.
We're going to find out how well I can lie.
Okay.
Not that well. Although
right.
I didn't actually lie, so.
All right. She seems concerned, but
I can't blame
Okay.
her. I'm the only person that can understand her.
okay. So, all right. You head off to the south.
Yep.
Okay. All right. The kitty is telling me that I need to feed him. So I'll take a short break here while you contemplate the
Poor decision we've just
poor
made.
decisions that we're making. And I'll be back momentarily. Okay. So we start making our way to the south.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Everyone make a scan roll.
That is a success for me.
Damn.
Okay. Did anybody special?
Nope.
Okay. Right. So on the road ahead, you will see a company of paladins and knights. They have a travois and a cauldron on the travois that they are dragging along what's left of the road. As you approach, you see Sir Michael waving at you, and he's motioning you to hurry toward them. And as he does so, he points off to the east.
Look to the east. What do we see?
Okay, you can all make another scan roll. Oh, okay.
That's a special.
Oh, look at Alexander.
Holy crap! Lots of lucky rolls this time.
So Raymond, Wes, and Alexander all need to make a
Sanity
roll.
rolls?
Could be.
Woo!
Okay. All right. Each of you sees now approaching what looks like a very large black dragon. It is coming through the swamp toward you. And none of you are particularly, I wouldn't say not frightened, but not feared. What you gonna do?
My jaw actually dropped.
Does this dragon look familiar?
Have you ever seen a dragon before?
I believe I've seen a black dragon, but it was at a distance.
Have you?
Before the boy showed up. Wasn't there one in the sky?
Oh, was that a dragon? I don't know.
It wasn't the
No?
boat, because that was something else entirely.
Well, given the distance, I'm not sure that we
Okay.
could claim any familiarity.
Well, I'm going to go over to Sir Michael in somewhat of a rush, actually full sprint.
Okay. Did we bring horses?
Are the knights on horses?
They took horses down there, but as I said, they are
We would have
walking.
taken if they took horses down, then we would have.
That's true.
We're about to go on the same journey they did, so yeah.
Okay. So we need to be making ride rolls for those who are actually riding. If you're doubled up, then of course you won't need to make the roll. But
Who wants to take me?
I'll take you.
okay.
I have better ride than Wes. Don't even complain. As I watch me roll a. Oh, that's successful. Oh, we're good.
Okay.
Oh.
Sigh of relief. Okay.
You hear me sigh of relief. That's what you hear, Albus.
Okay. So
Oh yeah, crit that baby.
Show off.
okay. Did anyone fail a ride roll?
I failed, but not by a whole lot.
Okay. Is someone riding with you?
Nope. And that's why, because my ride's not that good.
Okay. So you're falling behind while Wes sprints forward almost instantaneously on seeing the dragon. And
Oh, do I get a bonus since I've got my horse? He's cavalry trained.
I don't know that it's a bonus as opposed to the negatives that untrained would have.
Oh, okay.
Although I think you got a speed bonus because of the breeding of the horse. So it's quicker.
You have not mentioned that before.
Okay. All right. So, Raymond, you need to make another attempt to control the animal at this. So, look at you. All
There
right.
you go.
Okay. So you will be able to, the party will be able to get to the paladins before the dragon breathes on you guys. And what that means is that this plume of gas comes toward the paladins, and being in their midst, you will be protected from the acidic mist that
Oh,
settles
yes, very
on
good.
everything.
Wes will under his breath say, "That's not the boy."
All right. The dragon, conversely, will not approach the paladins any closer. In fact, it will turn and move off into the swamp.
What direction?
East.
Okay.
All right. Well, Sir Michael will say, "Thank God." Well, thank God. God. Think so.
That's it.
Yes. Your timing couldn't be any better. Yeah, between the dragon and demons and some, I don't know, some army just passed through here.
Yeah, they. We met them.
Oh, you did?
Yes, they
I
actually
hope everyone.
helped us survive an onslaught of skeletons. However, they did kill Paladin, whatever his name was.
Sir Justin.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible news. Why did they kill him?
It was a very interesting situation. It seems that they killed him because he was the leader of our group. Why? I can't
He
tell
looks
you because
a bit
after
askance.
that, they turned and left.
In any case, folks, not that I presume against your strategy, but we should be moving faster since we now have horses.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Let's get to the camp. I'm concerned that the dragon will turn its attention on them. Yes, with haste. So with that, the knights will commandeer a couple of horses or at least one, and tie the cauldron or the travois off to one of the horses.
Definitely.
And with that, you will make considerably better speed through the swamp. Yes. He will tell you that once we entered the temple, actually, we got fairly deep, and it was at that point that the horses were attacked. There's something found beneath the temple. One of Forg's minions, I believe. In any case, let us make haste.
Yeah, it's got a hold of this one right here.
What?
I'll point at Alvis.
What are you talking about? Says Sir Michael.
When we encountered the still trapped Forg's minion in the basement, Alvis spoke to it. And so we've had a little bit of some issues with him wandering off when we're near that area.
I'm confused. Did you, in the prior conversation we had about the temple, you did not get into any basement?
You're getting the temple and the moat house confused, Alvis.
I am? All right.
Yeah.
Then ignore what I'm saying.
Okay, so we'll retcon to prior to that statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was confused.
Okay.
All right, so we make haste towards the camp.
Yes. All right. Yeah, so with the protection of the paladins, the dragon isn't going to be able to get to the cauldron. Yeah, so it'll do various things like knocking trees over on the path to try to slow you guys down. Which Sir Michael will comment on as, what the hell's it doing? I mean, trying to slow us down. Why?
I suspect
There are other forces in the area?
Delaying us from getting back to the camp where other things are already happening.
or they want to make sure that we're still around at nightfall.
What do we actually know about the woman that we took into the camp that we just left with all of the people and the body of the paladin?
You left a woman at camp? What are we talking about?
So we mentioned the fact that we ran into
The army.
The army the night that you left.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
They, as you know, they did not speak a language that most of us understood. They had a woman with them, a captive, who spoke Norse, which I speak a little bit of, which is how we communicated with them. And they chose to abandon her. So, as far as we could tell, she, and she gave us a story, and I'll explain the whole thing, but a rather incredible story that explained how she became a captive of theirs.
Okay.
So, we kind of took her in. We didn't really have a whole lot of choice. As near as we can tell, I mean, she's been helpful. So, that's pretty much the entire story.
Yeah, that's the story.
Okay, well, let's hope she is well.
Indeed.
Okay, you make your way back to camp. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, indeed, every so often a tree has been pushed over on the road, which you either have to, you have to either cut through it. You can't really move around it. Well, you can push it out of the way, I suppose, lash a couple horses to it and pull it out of the way. So, yeah, you figure out how to deal with it and continue on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You arrive at camp. Everyone is delighted to see everyone return. They want to know if we should strike camp and start heading out, or are we going to rest for the evening and then go?
If we struck camp immediately, could we get to the moat house before dark?
No.
Okay. In that case, well, obviously Sir Michael gets to make this decision, but it would seem like, given the fact that we have tried to improve the camp for the last 2 days, this would be the best place.
Okay. So, yeah, Sir Michael will say, let's rest. Everyone be on your guard. There is a black dragon out there. Several of the paladins want to go hunt the dragon.
Of course they do.
Of course they do.
And he will deny that. No, now is not the time. We have more pressing matters, and he will look at the cauldron. Okay. Anything specific for activities in the camp?
Well, we can go over in more detail all the things that happened to the camp with Sir Michael, about the skeletons coming up, an army group over here, an army group over there, the one coming down the road.
Okay.
Here's the woman who was spokesman for them, who had been captured from Minok.
Okay. Sir Michael actually speaks Norse pretty well, and he will talk to her. So he's dwells on the engagement to the east of the swamp a bit. He's asking about the numbers, what kind of equipment did they have, and it's pretty clear to you guys, well, to those who can understand the conversation, I guess it's Raymond, from the answers to his questions, that it was a fairly large encampment. There were a mix of unit types. That is, archers, crossbowmen, heavy foot, and mounted troops. It was a significant force that was camped just on the east side of the swamp. He's also concerned that the newcomers didn't seem to have much trouble with them, at least from the accounts that the woman gave.
We can add bits and pieces to that about the magic users they've got and the level of magic that they're able to cast, and the fact that they can walk through the swamp unhindered at night without light. Oh, and the storm, and the lightning, and the flying magic user. Throw that in there too. If she didn't bring that up.
Yeah.
We could also add that the bodies that we found were of them as well.
Ooh, that's right.
I'll leave out the other part, but I'll mention that they were of the same group of people.
Okay. He is going to order one of the bodies be exhumed, and they'll take it with them to Telgar.
And I'm going to just look at everyone else and say, if Sir Michael can exhume bodies, so
Okay.
Wes will want to mention that the bodies were killed before they were hacked. We discovered that the marks, the wounding of the bodies appear to have occurred after the deaths of the individuals.
Now that's strange, isn't it?
Very much so.
When we encountered them, they were piled up in the road as if they had been dumped there.
and this was before the lightning storm we saw, right?
Yes.
Yes, they would have been.
It's very possible that they just
Well-
gathered all their dead from the battle. And
Now,
then,
wait a minute. That lightning storm couldn't have been what sunk the boat, right?
No, Lightstorm is what sunk the boat.
That's not possible. Because the
Why not?
timeline doesn't line up with what the woman said. Because if they left when their boat got sunk, when they were attacking, they couldn't have kidnapped the woman on the same night and traveled through here from where we saw.
Well, they captured her 3 days ago.
But the lightning was tonight. Or was that one night? Like,
Right, and the following night is when the army and the zombies or the skeletons attacked.
Following the storm.
So the storm attacks, the boat gets crashed, people come off. The next night they're in the swamp with us.
how did the bodies that we found get clothed in the Mynokian whatever, what from when they had captured her and gotten here?
Just because they're the same types of people doesn't mean they're the same group of people.
Yeah.
It is two separate incidences.
So how much distance would they have had to have traveled in one day to have kidnapped this woman from offshore and run into us? You said that you saw the lightning out on the isthmus. Like, how far away is that?
Well, if you look at the map,
Well, that's in zoom in. Holy cow. Here we go. The coastline is roughly a day to the swamp.
A day to where just the swamp, or to a day to where we are in the swamp, where he had already kind of hiked in to get to the thing.
Where we are in the swamp, because we're on the edge.
And then when their detour to kidnap her along the way.
That was 3 days prior to the attack.
Okay, so they had. I'm sorry, that's the part I missed. They kidnapped her prior to the attack on the boat, so she
Yes.
was captive on the boat with them.
Yes,
Okay.
Right.
yes, exactly.
Describe the attack.
Yep. My apologies. That's the part that I was missing out of that.
Okay.
It's all good.
It's like, how did they manage to do this all in one day? Like they got so much done.
So, with respect to moving through the swamp, he will comment that there are magics that can affect terrain.
Ranger magics?
On an individual level, yes, but on a large scale, like you're talking about with, a large group like an army, that's a different sort of magic. But I don't know. But we could ask Kirk. But yes, I am aware that there are mages who are capable of altering terrain, which would make their movement through the swamp significantly easier. And yeah, it's pretty clear that that's what they were employing.
Have we already told him where they're going?
I don't think that's been mentioned yet.
Yeah. I can't remember the name now.
Oban. They're headed to Oban.
Yeah, well then I would like to mention that. Yeah, the girl translated that, or explained to us that they wanted to know where Telgar was so they could stay away from it, and where Oban was so they could go there. They wanted the location of both those places.
Okay, so Sir Michael will query her about that. So yeah, she can't really add anything more to that. And she will comment that it was just things that she gleaned from her contact with the crippled mage. But she does know that they were fleeing from something horrible. And they've traveled a long time. But yes, that they were looking for Oban. It wasn't clear why. Okay. So, now that we're back in the company of the Paladins, I don't know that anything is going to challenge yeah. Okay. All right. So you're making your way through the swamp. You'll pass the moat house. Sir Michael suggests that someone ride forward to Hamlet to secure wagons and horses and meet partway back here. That is, meet us on the road. We'll continue moving, of course, but horses and wagons would speed our travel significantly. Is there anything you want do while in company with Sir Michael?
Well, we do want to hear the story about these demons and such.
Okay. So the temple seems to be a prison, although it was not to begin with. Geez, I completely left out a couple of things. So Rufus and Burns are
Dead?
with dead. No, they are with Sir Michael.
Oh!
They are not in good shape.
Is this the real Burns? Give him the evil eye. Is it the real Burns?
You can roll. As far as you know, it is, yes. They are both in really bad shape. They've been, they've been hurt pretty bad. Neither of them have any mana to speak of, maybe 1 or 2 points.
How long did we travel before we found Sir Michael's group?
3/4 of the day.
So, did we get back in time to a well-preserved dead body to be revived?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
if it was 3/4 of the time that the sun is up, that would be about 9 hours. So 9 hours there, 9 hours back.
That's more than 15.
Yeah, that's close, but more than 15.
And you also have the trees to deal with.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
We tried.
It will be good.
Okay.
I'm sure that Tindo and I would like to tend to Rufus and Burns.
Sure. Of course.
While I'm there, I'll slip a little detect evil. Hey, you gotta be sure.
Yeah, rub his back while you're doing it.
Don't paladins radiate that?
Actually, they do. So.
So yes, the temple, very interesting place. Sir Michael will say it. Ancient, but sophisticated in many ways. Very surprising. But it is a prison. It must have been left over from the wars when they were chasing down Vorg's minions. As you've probably already heard and know that many had been imprisoned. This appears to be one such prison. It seems as though someone was trying to release it. And as a consequence of that, the barriers between us and it have been weakened, which allows it to reach out to some extent to the world. And it appears to have been able to summon things from the void that is beyond the pales. Sadly, much of the sanctuary was already defiled, but the dome is further collapsed. We were able to secure a few artifacts that may be of interest. We'll see. Yes, in all it was quite horrific. He doesn't seem inclined to go into great detail about what they actually fought.
Oh, okay.
And I am very thankful for that.
Okay. So, with someone riding ahead to Hamlet to secure additional transportation, you get the. Oh, by the way, the cauldron reeks. It has a foul stench about it. Covering it up doesn't seem to help. It is a smell of death.
Who's stuck bringing that along?
Yeah, we can burn the wagon that we after we get it to Telgar. Right. Yeah, we'll definitely have a guard on this day and night. Okay. So they make their way back to Hamlet.
Do we get anything further on what happened with Burns and Rufus?
Oh. Yes. The following day, Burns will be conscious enough to sort of relate some of his tale. He had been coming back from Telgar when he was waylaid or ambushed and captured by something on a carpet. Of course, he gave a considerable fight, but it was more than my abilities to deal with. And it howled incessantly. But it was actually using my strength to weaken the barriers around the prison. As well, Rufus. We're going to need some time to recover, I think.
That would not be surprising after the ordeal you've gone through.
Does Rufus remember giving us the silver coins?
No.
Figures.
Okay, we make our way back to Hamlet. Sir Michael is going to send a good portion of the knights and paladins along with the cauldron onto Telgar. He's going to stay behind, and seems he has a few things that he needs to do in Hamlet. So once you return to Hamlet, do you guys have anything specific that you want to do?
Is the expectation that we are going to continue on to Telgar? Like,
Not
since we
apparently.
live in Hamlet, like we can, you know.
Mission complete goes across our screen.
Yeah, like
You don't get the impression that that's on Sir Michael's mind. As I said, he sends a good portion of the paladins and knights and their retinue along with the cauldron to Telgar, while he is going to stay in Hamlet for a few days.
The only thing I can think of is just do some downtime. Recover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I want to continue to help the druid with the
Okay.
continual
Recovery efforts.
fixing of houses. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
guessing they're not done yet, so.
Not at all. Not even close. Okay. So, so a couple days are going to go by. When you will get a summons to the tower from Sir Michael. So a runner will come and find each of you. Is anyone not going to go?
I
Okay.
believe we're all going.
I'm going, yes.
Okay. So, Burns and Rufus are there, as well a couple of Sir Michael's retainers. It appears that they are preparing something of a feast, maybe a celebration. For their success in the swamp, to which you are all invited.
Yay!
Yay! There's much rejoicing. The There's sort of a retelling of the tale, leaving out certain details about the demonic hordes that attacked the paladins. But later in the event, Sir Michael will announce that he has certain gifts that he would like to bestow to certain individuals for their participation. He will also let everyone know that both Burns and Rufus are going to be returning to Telgar to recover. That, of course, is going to leave a vacancy here at the keep, which I'm sure Lady Tamara will want to fill, at least in the short term.
Kind of very obviously, when he says that Rufus and them are going, I'm going to pointedly look at Wes and say, "But Sir Michael, who will lead the village of Hamlet while they are gone?"
As I just said, that is not for me to determine. Lady Tamara will send someone to at least act as what's the word? Castellan?
I believe so, yeah.
Until such time as Rufus and Burns are able to resume their duties. Until that time, however, the elder of the village will be in charge here, and he motions to someone that everyone here knows. I can look up his name if you want it, but I believe it's in the details of the village of Hamlet. So, in the absence of Tamra's replacement for Rufus, he will be in charge. Is that clear to everyone? Very good. Okay. So with that, he will kind of wander around the gathered company, speaking quietly to each, and handing out certain gifts that each of you may find interesting, but for which I have yet to determine.
Oh, I love this gift. It's
Gifty.
It's perfect for you, isn't it?
Exactly what's needed.
I don't suppose you have any more of those shiny dagger thingies.
Well, I do have a couple of things already in mind. For Alvis,
Ooh.
he has a silvered steel longsword.
Ooh.
Which I think you might appreciate and possibly need, given what we've seen in the swamp. For Alexander, he kind of thinks for a bit, and he's like, I'm of two minds of what I might gift to you. I know of your interests in pursuit of uh,
Kirk's Rangers.
yes. So on the one hand, I'm really thinking about a bow that I have. But you might be better off with some armor, or perhaps one of those swords. He points at the one that Albus is admiring. Do you have any thoughts about that? He'll ask.
I'll ask to speak with him in private later.
Okay, certainly. He whispers, "Is this private enough?"
Yeah, no, I know. I meant, like, I want to think about it.
Okay. Well, don't think too long, because I'm leaving in the
I
morning.
know. I don't want to. I just need to cats. Yeah, just give me a sec.
He makes his way over to Raymond. Well, how are you this fine evening?
Relieved more than anything.
Happy to be alive.
You lie.
It is good to see you back.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I'm finding myself somewhat challenged by how I might reward your services at the swamp. Do you have any thoughts about?
While your generosity is remarkable, I need no reward. I did not do this for the reward.
No, of course. Well, here, take this anyway. He hands you a scroll.
Hands me what?
A scroll. It's something we found in the library. A lot of it got destroyed, but there are things that seem to have survived and are have interesting qualities. But I think you might find this interesting.
I shall treasure it. Thank you for your generosity.
So he makes his way over to Tindo.
I was thinking about asking for title to the moat house, but that wasn't his to give.
Title to the moat house.
That's
I want
right.
the moat house.
We're moving our base of
I already have
operations.
that.
You want to be a noble too?
No, I want to run a giant library.
I think you
I'm a god
already
of.
have.
I'm a priest of math. Remember?
And you have the librarian there already with her.
Exactly.
It's even got a
With her
built-in.
owlbear bouncer.
That's right. It's perfect. Tindo.
Yes.
I know of your efforts to preserve suggested. Sadly, he did succumb to his wounds. In any case, I too would like to reward your efforts with the company. What might I do to convey my appreciation to you?
That I do not know. I would have to think about it.
Don't take too long. He's leaving in the morning.
Yeah, it's true. I guess knowledge, a scroll, or something like that would be helpful to further my my advances, but I'm not really sure.
You use a mace, right?
Yeah.
You know, I happen to have a silvered mace. How strong are you? He wants to arm wrestle you.
Arm wrestle me? I'm a strength 16.
Okay. I've got a mace that he tests your strength out. I think it. I mean, if you'd prefer a scroll of some kind, that I can make that happen too.
Yeah, no, anything is good. I'm thankful for anything. So, and I'll definitely take the mace and.
Okay. So yeah, he will have his one of his retainers bring a mace over. Yeah, it's a silvered heavy mace. Yes, given the amount of everything, I think this is something you would probably appreciate. Right. Let's see, who am I missing? Runt. Where is that guy?
Just kind of
Always.
shrink down as much as possible.
Yes, he makes an effort to look around for you, and if you are not particularly successful at hiding, he will find you.
I'm not particularly successful as hiding. I'm just trying to make myself look small,
Okay.
which is not hard with my size.
Right. Well, he finds you, catches your eye, and motions you over to him. That's kind of away from everyone else.
I walk over like a kid that is being scolded by their parents.
So he says quietly to you, I see you've found some good company to associate yourself with.
Where?
Yes, I'm. Where? Yes, I'm aware of your history.
Runt, are you cheating on us?
And Rufus has commented on well, he's had some good things to say, and I would likewise wish to express my own gratitude to your endeavors, and likewise to the company in the swamp. Is there something I can do for you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if only we were in Telgar.
How so? What are you thinking of?
Oh man, if I could get you to like punch me in public and I could like take that and like live, oh man, the street cred would be worth so much.
He kind of chuckles. That's not quite what I had in mind, but I see where you're going with that. Perhaps we could make arrangements for that at another time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, if the credit that Rufus gives me, I am deserving of it. I won't really need it anymore, right? So, I didn't do a lot on this little journey. I was just kind of a rider along. I appreciate it, but I don't really feel like I hold my own weight. Anything shiny, really. I like shiny things. They're all good.
Do you use a short sword?
Oh, no.
No?
Never really. I punch things and I throw things. That's about it. Yeah.
Punch things and you throw things. Throw things. Well, that complicates things a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah,
well,
but I'm also a bit of a coward, so like weapons really, it's okay.
I'm also a bit of a coward.
he kind of chuckles at that. So a bow, maybe a short bow. He kind of looks at your stature.
I say, well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, when the skeletons attack, they like I ask for a bow, but I've never really had any formal training with a bow.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I have an idea. He reaches into his pouch and he pulls out a bag and he says, "Well, maybe this will suffice." And he hands you a small bag.
Thank you, sir. I have always wanted a small bag.
He seems quite amused as he starts looking for someone else.
Okay. And I'm like, that awkward, like, okay, someone gave me a present. Is it rude to open it now? How long do I have to wait before I can actually look at this? And judging him walking away. Oh, yeah, it's good.
I haven't actually read the scroll yet.
I don't have as
Yeah,
much.
but are we gonna hold ourselves to like the level of a math cleric?
So at some point you'll be looking into the bag and you'll see some sparkly things in there. It's
Okay.
probably gems, maybe?
Pyrite.
Yes, pyrite, exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
gold just for me.
So let's see. He's gonna check in with Alexander. Alexander, have you thought of something yet?
Yeah.
How you doing there?
I'm doing well. I think your first instinct is your best one, and we should go with that with the bow.
The bow? Okay.
Mhm.
He'll summon one of his retainers over, and yeah, he's got a compound bow. Did I say compound?
You
Not
did.
It's a compound.
not the one with the little wheels, but
A recurve.
yeah, it's a recurve.
A recurve bow.
Yeah. Okay. Who am I missing? Wes. Where's Wes?
Yes.
Starts looking for Wes. Of course, Wes won't be hard to find at all. So, how's your evening going?
Very nice. Thank you, Sir Michael.
Well, that's good. That's good.
It's a relief to have everyone back.
Indeed. kind of takes a pause and looks at you for a moment, and there's not really much I can offer you. You certainly aren't interested in. He reaches into a pouch and looks at a small bag, and then he looks at you. And, yeah. Although I did find this, and he motions one of his retainers over, and he has a something wrapped in paper. And he says, "Be gentle with that." He kind of grins and walks away.
Okay, I will cradle it gently.
Okay. It has some weight to it.
And it's wrapped in paper?
Uh-huh.
When I get some time to be alone, I will go ahead and open it up.
Okay. So it's kind of dusty, but it looks like a book.
Oh.
All right. Well, Sir Michael will bid you all good evening, and he will take his leave.
After the boss leaves, does the party start to die down or does it start to ramp up?
As soon as Rufus and Burns leave, it will start to ramp up. I take it people are going to hang out for the after party.
Oh, definitely.
I think blowing off
Yeah.
some steam is perfectly acceptable,
Okay. All right.
but not too much because I am a man of the cloth and all.
Okay. So, the following morning, Burns, Rufus, and Sir Michael will all leave Hamlet, leaving the elder in charge. At this point, there's some downtime between efforts to recoup from the skeleton attack. So that is rebuilding, resettling, getting back to work on the keep and such. So there will be time to roll off all of your checks.
Yay!
In the middle of all that, at some point, Runt will seek out Wes and very sheepishly say, I shouldn't have talked to you like that, and it was wrong of me. More importantly, I was wrong. I can't promise I won't ever do it again, but I will try to remember myself. Thank you for not literally punching me in the face.
No harm, no foul. A little bit of paranoia is good for the soul. Too much of it can be distracting, though.
It was so pretty fucking funny when I heard him fall over, though.
Oh, by the way, in the process of caring for the deceased paladin, someone at some point will have noticed that his shoes have been tied together.
Again?
Again,
Oh, okay.
I did it
Shake my
again
head.
in case he got raised as a zombie.
All right. So we're going on 8:30. We can take this time to roll off check marks. Is
Yeah.
there, in the meantime, anything anybody wants to do whilst in town?
So
Uh,
I've forgotten what's in the scroll.
Oh, I haven't decided yet. It's
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's either an expansion of one of the lists you already have, or possibly a new list. Likely involving fighting the undead.
Expanding the list I have would be fine.
Okay.
Likewise, what was in the bag that I got from him?
Yeah. First of all, I'm not even going to worry about expanding it until I get more power, because my power is 12, for God's sake.
Yeah. So it could also be the knowledge side.
Yeah.
So, not sacrificing additional power, but rather increasing the percentage. The specifics on the contents of the bag is going to be in coinage, and that's going to relate to what I determine everyone else actually has.
Sure.
So, for instance, the silvered steel sword has some value, and it'll be something similar to that.
That works for me. And just some other time. I mean, I'll just kind of ferret it away and leave it alone.
Okay.
From the conflict with the skeletons, would I have one of the dice that I rolled was a success? Well, depending on what you look at, I'm wondering if that gave me a check mark with bow or not.
If you had a success with the skill, then yes.
Well,
It was the battle stuff.
then probably not. Yeah, because you aggregated it out, so I didn't roll individual attacks, right?
Yes, that's an interesting point. My response to this is nobody got a special. So everyone can pick 4 skills related to combat that they could apply a check mark to.
You mean no one got a critical?
Correct.
Check out a special.
Yeah, I'll give you a bonus on the special. So you can
Okay,
take
cool.
5.
Nice.
So yeah. So 4 skills, 4 battle skills. So sword, it could be anything related to the conflict.
Okay.
Wait a second. What happened? Sorry, I blinked out.
Okay. So there was an aggregated combat at Hamlet, right, where we fought off the skeleton horde,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody rolled 3 dice for the middle or beginning, middle, end of the combat.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying is, you may add 4 check marks to combat-related skills for that engagement. Now,
Okay.
Now, that does not mean you can add 4 check marks to, say, sword skill, right? You could add 1 check mark to sword, 1 to shield, 1,
Okay.
right? You can't pile them all up on 1 skill.
And then these are rolls we want to fail.
That is correct.
Come on, failure. And if it meets, then that's a success and not a failure.
Remember, you always get your bonus associated with the skill on the die roll.
Find that one.
So if you just made it and then you apply your bonus, you failed. Make sense?
That does. What?
That does
Which do
not
you
make
mean
sense.
is? Yeah, that does not make sense. Which one is my bonus?
Looking at the character sheet,
Mm-hmm.
at the very top of each of the list of skills, there's a category modifier. So agility, communication, knowledge, and so on.
Okay.
Each of those has a bonus. That
Okay.
number for you, for say agility, is
Is
13.
13. Yep.
Okay. So if you take your dodge skill and subtract 13,
Which is what I just rolled. Yeah.
you would have to roll higher than 15 minus 30 to fail. Or in this case, learn something.
So higher than 15
No. 50 minus 13. Your skill is 50
Mm-hmm.
minus 13.
So 37.
37 is the number you have to roll higher than
Okay.
in order to succeed in advancing the skill.
Okay. Which
Now,
I did.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 50.
Right.
Okay.
So obviously where this becomes particularly relevant is when you approach 100.
Yep.
Because you will always have a 87 or rolling higher than 87
Mm-hmm.
to learn something.
Sure. I think that means there's some things last time that I rolled that I should have succeeded on that I didn't, but oh well.
Well, if you remember what they are, you can correct that.
I don't. It's not. I'm not concerned about it.
Okay.
You learn. Oh, that's definitely not going to work for my ride.
Yeah, and remember, you can roll a d6 or you can advance 3.
Yeah, I just take 3.
Yep, that's usually a good choice. Okay, everybody clear on that?
Yep.
Okay, just to be sort of clear about a few things, nobody got anything quote unquote magical. However, the items like the sword and the bow are of quality. What that means is it will add 5% to your chance to hit.
Okay.
Okay?
Is that true for the mace or no?
Yes. It is particularly well balanced or crafted. So in practical terms for D&D, it would be a +1 weapon, though non-magical.
Who wants my old mace then? Looking at Alvis.
No, thank you.
Your
Really?
rolls are not going the right way there.
If he doesn't grab it, I'll consider it, but I don't know how to use it, so we'll figure things out. I'd rather use it and possibly hit a skeleton than not do any damage anyway with my sword and bow. So
Yeah, so a silvered item will work against incorporeal dead, right? So things that quote unquote require silver to hit that'll work with. That would include werewolves. However, it's still a slashing weapon, meaning skeletons are still less vulnerable.
Yeah, well, I just I just succeeded on my check mark for hammer skill. So, and also I don't have any skill with a mace. So,
I mean, we can teach you how to use the mace.
yes, but I think I will suck at it.
It's just like
Yeah.
the hammer.
Is it though?
Yes, totally. You just think of the head as the nail, and you just smash their heads in. It's awesome. Oh, that's not what I wanted to roll.
So yeah, hammers. There are war hammers. You might think about getting a war hammer instead of a utility hammer. That would improve the damage. Yeah, utility hammers are great for construction.
Actually, would it be more worthwhile for me to just punch things? How much damage does a fist do?
Well, the problem with that is when something parries you
And now your wrist is broken.
or severed.
Oh,
Or
So,
oh,
so you know, hitting people with fleshy things is not usually a good idea.
mm.
That's why people use tools.
Well, overall, I'd say this round of check marks has been pretty successful.
I have a
Awesome.
question then.
Sure.
The bow doesn't. Since it's not magical, it can't enchant the arrows. So does that mean it's still not doing damage to undead properly?
Properly. Not sure what you mean, but
I mean, isn't that what the silver's for?
so silver will hit incorporeal like a wraith or a ghost, where a normal weapon would not. If the bow, being a bow, doesn't
do anything like
that. Yeah, you would have to get silvered arrows.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Which is considerably more expensive than, well, shouldn't totally say that, but yeah, yeah. No, it's well balanced. It will add 5% to your chance to hit, and it's a little bit stronger hit point wise as well.
What damage does the recurve bow do?
You'll have to look it up. I don't know offhand.
Oh, okay.
But the range is better and the damage is a little bit better. But no, it doesn't endow an arrow with anything.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I was just reassuring that it didn't.
Oh, by the way, the gal from Minnock is went with the first group that left for Telgar.
I'm surprised the hotel internet has held up all night. I'm down in Southern California for work, and the previous week it was spotty and shitty, and I only got disconnected once today.
What part of
Not bad.
SoCal?
I am in Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario area.
Oh, you're far from me. I'm in Vista, just on the other side of Camp Pendleton.
Oh, okay.
And this whole time, I thought you were in Seattle.
I was. I moved in at the end of December.
It is hot down here. It's supposed to be 103 tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
Yeah, that counts as hot.
Yeah, I don't like it.
All right, so I have done all of my check marks. We're going to deal with the scroll in the future.
Yep.
So I believe we're done. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I
I've
think
got
so.
a question about because last time we did had some downtime. I started training my carpentry. Do you think I could work on that this downtime as well?
I believe that should go on the calendar. And if I remember correctly, a certain amount of time has to pass before you can make a roll for research.
Yeah, I believe I kept my just kept a little. Yeah, I'm at 30 out of 50 hours right now.
Okay. So it's going to depend on how much time the party's going to stay in town. So we'll have to determine how many hours you can apply to the 20 remaining. Right?
Okay. So we just have to know how long the party was staying, right?
Right. No, I don't think we know that yet.
Okay. Then I'll keep it to myself for now.
Okay.
We are staying as long as it takes you to get your check mark.
Yeah. So adventurers who don't have to make a living have unlimited, you know, they've got 50 hours a week they can apply to training or something. Those that are would otherwise be employed, that number drops significantly.
So the question I have is I was trying to research my power, if that's possible, I guess worship. How long would I even calculate that out?
So that calculation is a little more complicated, but it goes like this. So humans have a maximum power of 21. So you take your power, subtract it from 21 and multiply by now I'm going to have to look it up.
For a power gain roll, it's subtract from 21 and multiply by 5.
Yeah, but the question was how much time.
That's right. It's the stat times 10 days. Your current stat times 10 days.
Is that for all stats? Does that include power?
We didn't really discuss that. We were just talking about the physical skill stuff. You know, we figured there was like an average of spending so much time a day, you know, researching it.
Okay.
Right.
So it would take 130 days then.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. So, and how would I measure a day game time?
On the calendar.
Which I'm keeping in the notes.
Oh, I'm done then. If what you said is correctly. I should have passed a point to increase my strength, or a chance to.
Okay.
Because yeah, the math works. 160 or 16 times. Yeah. Hold on.
So yeah, the calendars in the notes. You should indicate in the notes when you start the training, and as time progresses, you get your check mark, or you spend the time, and then you can make the attempt to improve.
Yep, it's been 3 months exactly. And if I did the 2 hours I said I was doing on the daily, then yeah, in 2.5 months, I would have made my chance for a strength increase.
I'm not really sure then. Because I put it on my sheet and I put it on as an actual date. So from July 10th.
What session number was that? Do you know?
I have no clue. I'd have to figure it out. But yeah, I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, July 10th.
I think we can figure that out.
Yeah, it would be this one, 1, 2, 3.
So
4,
going back to
5 sessions back.
Aiden,
yes.
Did I understand you to say you're attempting to apply additional hours against skill roll? No. Okay. So it's it takes a certain number of available hours which are prescribed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then by all means you can make your strength roll improvement attempt.
Okay. Let me look at.
So it should be, again, strength subtracted from 21 times 5% as a percentile roll, rolling under that number.
Underneath that or above?
I believe it's a smaller number as you approach 21, so
yes.
under. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, dang it. Wait. No, I just crit. Wait, I just rolled a 1. I thought I typed it wrong and accidentally just typed oops 1. I got it again. But I just rolled a crit, yeah.
Wow, you
Does that do
rolled
anything?
3 ones in a row. That's amazing.
Yeah, but 2 of them were 1d6s, so I literally got to add 2 to my parry on my longsword. So you should, yeah, it's big sag, big sag. But yeah, I just crit on my strength rolls. I mean, I get +2 instead of +1.
It's a good question. Is there a bonus for the crit on the strength roll?
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I think the thing I'm happiest about is I can now grapple decently well now. Thanks to Alvis.
Yeah, I had 2 grapple checks because of that too. But I didn't. I missed one of them, and then the other one I rolled low. So.
What is your guys' grapples?
My grapple
Eh,
now is 46.
What, really? My grapple's 46.
Mine's still better. Ha!
Oh my
Well,
god.
You should
Well,
have been.
mine's
not good.
bigger.
That's not something to say. It's
You
not
guys
something good.
should have been using me to grapple. I get a 55.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dang, he's one better than me.
I think you were running away because he
Jaw
was
Titan.
speaking dark speech or whatever, and you're like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that
This
makes.
is
I'd do that.
Yeah, that does sound about right. So am I getting that that
I don't know
plus
yet. I'm
two?
still looking.
That would be so awesome.
I think I want a light spell so I don't have to light torches anymore.
That's an option.
Okay, so session 14, which was July 10th, was Larzer, which is the 6th month, the 2nd week, and we started on the 8th day, which is Kos.
And where are we now?
We are now on Tar, the 7th month, the 3rd week. Day 5 is when Burns, Rufus, and Michael all leave.
How is there an 8th week?
We're not using the Gregorian calendar.
You mean 8th day?
Oh, 8th day? That's what it
Yeah.
was?
Yeah, 8th day.
Okay.
Oh well, I'll count that now.
So how many days are in these months?
The calendar can actually be seen in the drive.
During this time, how much help could I have been giving the druid?
How much help can I? We're not at the point where we're
Oh,
figuring
okay,
out
my
how
bad.
much time the party is remaining in town.
Okay.
There are 9 days in a week, and there are 5 weeks in a month for
Oh my
45
gosh.
days
45 days.
per
I
month.
need 130
So we get
days.
2 months. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
So in the Google Drive, at the very bottom, at least on my page, it says Elderath calendar as reckoned by the outer moon.
Mm-hmm.
That is the calendar reference.
Oh, so there's only 8 months out of the year. Okay.
Correct.
And right now we're in fall.
Yeah, late fall.
Ah,
Yeah, next week sometime is when I'll be making my dexterity roll. Almost there.
I finally get a damage bonus.
Good job.
Feels so good. Now I gotta get Runt to teach me how to do that quick draw dagger throw so I can do that in combat.
I need to teach Runt how to use a bow.
I got a check mark in bow, so
You know how to use it?
that immediately put me up to not completely terrible.
Yeah?
I mean,
Who's the best with the bow? Is it Alvis or Alexander?
No, I'm the best. I'm at 83 right now.
holy,
Oh, but with the bow I'll get a +5.
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome if we weren't fighting skeletons all the time. That's the only rough part. So that's why I'm genuine about maybe trying to figure out how to swing this mace.
Yeah, one check mark put me up to 26.
You just need to do like Hawkeye and have like some blunt, big ended
Mhm.
arrow and you just shoot those.
Like, little hammerhead arrows.
Yeah,
Like they're
exactly.
like wooden blocks.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
was
like
thinking more like a boxing glove in
what's
the end.
that what's that Japanese big stick with the metal rivets in it?
Uh,
It'd be like a piece
Tet-
of that at the end of a stick, and I'd shoot
Tetsubo.
that at them.
Tsubo.
Yeah, that. So it'd
Okay.
be like a section of that on the end of an arrow, and I'd shoot that at them. It would like crack their bones or something.
So this is something I haven't implemented, but there are a wide variety of arrowhead types. Frog legs, armor piercing, field tips, and so on and so forth.
Get the hollow points.
Yeah, the hollow point.
Well, wait. Do we have incendiaries?
I mean, there's the blunt heads are a modern thing for hunting rabbits.
Right.
Because it just breaks their legs.
Right. Yep. And when I said field tip, that's kind of
Oh,
what.
yeah, those are the
Yeah.
field tips. You're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those are and blunt tipped arrows have been around forever for shooting birds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Okay, so would I know and be able to get access to?
Well, as I
So-
said, that's things like frog legs are designed for soft targets, but they do particularly good damage against soft targets. The complication is that it's not really a European sort of thing, at least not that I'm aware of, unless someone can show me some evidence otherwise. But they did make armor piercing arrows. I'm not sure what the cost on something like that would be.
But I don't think he's after the frog legs. I think he wants the blunt one for skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at.
The blunt ones for the skeletons.
I see. Yeah, I'm not. I have to think about that. I'm not sure how effective. I mean, the end of your fingertip is going to be against a skeleton.
Yeah, but at the speed of
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the arrows are designed for breaking bones, so
But you gotta hit the bone to do it.
Yeah, skeleton is all bone.
But there's all open space between those bones.
All open space.
Yeah, so it's just still like at a minus to hit or something. But if I do it, I can actually do damage. That's just all I'm trying to figure out if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know that blunt tipped arrows were designed for taking out skeletons. They're designed for hunting birds.
Well, they certainly weren't designed for taking out skeletons because the undead weren't.
Real quick, world lore is like, what are you checking against with world lore?
So world lore has to do with things environmental, right? Like if we walk across this shale, is it going to give way and we'll all plummet to our death? It's, what is the weather going to do in the next couple hours or something?
I don't know why I have this then. I think I misunderstood this
Shipping.
skill.
Ship related to ships.
Gotcha.
Travel.
Okay, now that makes sense. One day we'll be on a ship instead of in a swamp.
Okay. So I'm reading through the characteristic increase rolls, and I'm seeing no references to a bonus for critting it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either.
That's so lame. You should always get something for the dice gods being on your side. That's just my opinion. But what does that matter?
So you were researching, right?
Yes, that's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so that's normally a D3 -1. what I will do is allow you to take 1 point instead of rolling and possibly getting 0. How's that?
I'll take that because that is exactly just what I want anyway. So
I
17.
think that ought to be a pretty reasonable compromise.
I do. I agree with that compromise. I will take that. And my 17 gives me a plus D4 damage modifier. Okay, I'm complete now.
Is that all you wanted?
Dude, I have been working for that this entire time.
Nice.
I just
So-
figured out how to do it.
That probably increased some of your other abilities too, right?
Ooh, like
you went
what?
from 16 to 17.
Yes.
If you take it back to 17 and look at your modifiers for agility and all that stuff, you'll see how much improvement it made, if any. So it's probably worth a point here and there.
Yeah. 16 mod to and parry the attack mod and parry mod both went up 1.
Yeah.
That's
Now
nice.
your
I didn't
bow
know
skill
that.
is 84.
My bow skill's now 84, yeah.
There you go.
And the
Check it out.
next round of check marks for my two-handed sword will get me into the 80s as well, hopefully. We'll see. Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty freaking good.
Yeah. I'm very appreciative of this D4, which is why I'm trying to get that mace skill instituted into my life so I can fully use that.
So there are lots of guys that can teach mace
Yeah.
in town.
Awesome.
So that shouldn't be any trouble at all if you want to work on mace. Okay, awesome. Questions from anyone else?
Nope.
Or anything else? Okay. All right. Well, we're hitting, what is it, midnight over there, right?
Yep.
9 o'clock here, midnight over there. Okay, so I need to determine a couple of things. What's actually in the book for Wes, the scroll for Raymond. The value in the bag is going to be relevant or relative to all of that. Okay. Yeah, so all the weapons are of quality, i.e. +1 or 5%. So that would be the mace, the sword, and the bow.
Mm-hmm.
Both the mace and the sword are silvered, such that they will hit things that obviously require silver to hit them. There's monetary value in the bag, and Raymond and Wes both have spell stuff. Okay. Is everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I just need to know what the recurve bow is.
Oh, well, we can look that up in the book.
Yeah, it worked. Oh, there's the player's handbook. Okay, never mind.
Got it right here. I can tell you in a moment. Is it here? It might be here.